A study in Scarlet Conan Doyle, Part 1, being a reprint from the Reminiscences of John H. Watson, M.D., late of the Army Medical Department. Chapter 1, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. In the year 1878, I took my degree of Doctor of Medicine of the University of London and proceeded to go through the course prescribed for surgeons in the Army. Having completed my studies there, I was duly attached to the 5th Northumberland Fusiliers as assistant surgeon. The regiment was stationed in India at the time, and before I could join it, the Second Afghan War had broken out. On landing at Bombay, I learned that my corps had advanced through the passes and was already deep in the enemy's country. I followed, however, with many other officers who were in the same situation as myself, and succeeded in reaching Kandahar in safety, where I found my regiment and at once entered upon my new duties. The campaign brought honors and promotion to many, but for me it had nothing but misfortune and disaster. I was removed from my brigade and attached to the Berkshires, with whom I served at the fatal Battle of Maiwand. There I was struck on the shoulder by a Jezile bullet, which shattered the bone and grazed the subclavian artery. I should have fallen into the hands of the murderous Ghazis had it not been for the devotion and courage shown by Murray, my orderly, who threw me across a pack horse and succeeded in bringing me safely to the British lines. Worn with pain and weak from the prolonged hardships which I had undergone, I was removed with a great train of wounded sufferers to the base hospital at Peshawar. Here I rallied and had already improved so far as to be able to walk about the wards, and even to bask a little upon the veranda, when I was struck down by enteric fever, that curse of our Indian possessions. For months me life was despaired of, and when at last I came to myself and became convalescent, I was so weak and emaciated that a medical board determined that not a day should be lost in sending me back to England. I was dispatched, accordingly, in the troopship Orondes, and landed a month later on Portsmouth Jetty, with my health irretrievably ruined, but with permission from a paternal government to spend the next 9 months in attempting to improve it. I had neither kith nor kin in England, and was therefore as free as air, or as free as an income of 11 shillings and 6 pence a day will permit a man to be. Under such circumstances, I naturally gravitated to London, that great cesspool into which all the loungers and idlers off the empire are irresistibly drained. For some time I stayed at a private hotel in the Strand, leading a comfortless, meaningless existence, and spending such money as I had considerably more freely than I ought. So alarming did the state of my finances become, that I soon realized that I must either leave the metropolis and rusticate somewhere in the country, or that I must make complete alteration in my style of living. Choosing the latter alternative, I began by making up my mind to leave the hotel, and to settle down in some less imposing and less expensive quarters. On the very day that I had come to this conclusion, I was standing at the Criterion Bar, when someone tapped me on the shoulder, and turning round I recognized young Stamford, who had been a dresser under me at Bart's. The sight of a friendly face in the great wilderness of London is a pleasant thing, indeed, to a lonely man. In old days Stamford had never been a particular crony of mine, but now I hailed him with enthusiasm, and he, in his turn, appeared to be delighted to see me. In the exuberance of my joy, I asked him to lunch with me at the Holborn, and we started off together in a hansom. "Whatever have you been doing with yourself, Watson?" he asked in undisguised surprise, as we rattled through the crowded London streets. "You are as thin as a lath and as brown as a nut." I gave him a short sketch of my adventures, and had hardly concluded it by the time that we reached our destination. "Poor devil," he said, commiseratingly, after he had listened to my misfortunes. "What are you up to now?" "Looking for lodgings," I answered. "Try to solve the problem as to whether it is possible to get comfortable rooms at a reasonable price." "That's a strange thing," remarked my companion. "You are the second person today that has used that expression to me." "And who was the first?" I asked. "A fellow who is working at the chemical laboratory up at the hospital. He was bemoaning himself this morning because he could not find someone to go halves with him in some nice rooms which he found, and which were too much for his purse. My word, I yielded. If he really wants someone to share the rooms and the expense, I am the very man for him. I should prefer having a partner to being alone. Stanford looked at me rather strangely over his wine glass. You don't know Sherlock Holmes yet, he said. Perhaps you would not care for him as a constant companion. Why, what is there against him? Oh, I didn't say there was anything against him. He is a little queer in his ideas, an enthusiast in some branches of science. As far as I know, he is a decent enough fellow. A medical student, I suppose, said I. No, I have no idea what he intends going for. I believe he is well up in anatomy, and he is a first-class chemist. But, as far as I know, he has never taken out any systematic medical classes. His studies are very desultory and eccentric, but he has amassed a lot of out-of-the-way knowledge which would astonish his professors. Did you never ask him what he was going to be? I asked. No. He is not a man that it is easy to draw out, though he can be communicative enough when a fancy seizes him. I should like to meet him, I said. If I am to lodge with anyone, I should prefer a man of studious and quiet habits. I am not yet strong enough to stand much noise or excitement. I had enough of both in Afghanistan to last me for the remainder of my natural existence. How could I meet this friend of yours? He is sure to be at the laboratory, returned Stanford. He either avoids the place for weeks, or else he works there from morning till night. If you like, we shall drive round together after luncheon. Certainly, I answered, and the conversation drifted off into other channels. As we made our way to the hospital, Stanford gave me a few more particulars concerning the gentleman whom I propose to take as a fellow lodger. You mustn't blame me if you don't get on with him, he said. I know nothing more of him than I have learned from meeting him occasionally in the laboratory. You proposed this arrangement yourself, so you must not hold me responsible. If we don't get on, it will be easy to part company, I answered. But it seems to me, Stanford, I added, looking hard at my companion, that you have some reason for washing your hands of the matter. Is this fellow's temper so formidable, or what is it? Don't be mealy-mouthed about it. Stanford laughed. It is not easy to express the inexpressible, he answered. Holmes is a little too scientific for my taste. It approaches to cold-bloodedness. I could imagine as giving a friend a little pinch of the latest vegetable alkaloid, not out of malevolence, you understand, but simply out of the spirit of inquiry, in order to have an accurate idea of the effects. To do him justice, I think that he would take it himself with the same readiness. He appears to have a passion for definite and exact knowledge. I think he is right there. I observed. Yes, but it may be pushed to excess. When it comes to beating the subject in the dissecting rooms with a stick, it is certainly taking rather a bizarre shape. Beating the subjects? Yes. To verify how far bruises may be produced after death. I saw him at it with my own eyes. And yet you say he is not a medical student? No. Heaven knows what the objects of his studies are. But here we are, and you must form your own opinion of him. As he spoke, we turned down a narrow lane and passed through a small side door, which opened into a wing of the great hospital. It was familiar ground to me, and I needed no guiding as we ascended the bleak stone staircase and made our way down the long corridor with its vista of whitewashed wall and dun-colored doors. Near the further end, a low arched passage branched off, which led to the chemical laboratory. This was a lofty chamber, lined and littered with countless bottles. Broad, low tables were settled about, which bristled with retorts, test tubes, and little Bunsen lamps, with their flickering blue flames. There was only one student in the room, who was bending over a distant table absorbed in his work. At the sound of our steps he glanced round and sprang to his feet with a cry of pleasure. "I've found it! I've found it!" he shouted to my companion, running towards us with a test tube in his hand. "I have found a reagent which is precipitated by hemoglobin and by nothing else." Had he discovered a gold mine, greater delight could not have shone upon his features. "Dr. Watson, this is Sherlock Holmes," said Stanford, introducing us. "How are you?" he said cordially, gripping my hand with a strength for which I should hardly have given him credit. "You've been in Afghanistan, I perceive. How on earth did you know that?" I asked in astonishment. "Never mind," said he, chuckling to himself. "The question now is about hemoglobin. No doubt you see the significance of this discovery of mine. It is interesting chemically, no doubt, I answered, but practically. Why, man, it is the most practical medical legal discovery for years. Don't you see that it gives us an infallible test for blood stains? Come over here now. He seized me by the coat sleeve in his eagerness, and drew me over to the table at which he had been working. Let's have some fresh blood, he said, digging a long bodkin into his finger, and drawing off a drop of blood in a chemical pipette. Now, I add this small quantity of blood to a liter of water. You perceive that the resulting mixture has the appearance of pure water. The proportion of blood cannot be more than 1 in 1,000,000. I have no doubt, however, that we shall be able to obtain the characteristic reaction. As he spoke, he threw into the vessel a few white crystals, and then added some drops of a transparent fluid. In an instant the contents assumed a dull mahogany color, and a brownish dust was precipitated to the bottom of the glass jar. "Ha! Ha!" he cried, clapping his hands, and looking as delighted as a child with a new toy. "What do you think of that?" "It seems to be a very delicate test," I remarked. "Beautiful, beautiful. The old Guiacum test was very clumsy and uncertain. So is the microscopic examination for blood corpuscles. The latter is valueless if the stains are a few hours old. Now, this appears to act as well whether the blood is old or new, had this test been invented. There are hundreds of men now walking the earth who would long ago have paid the penalty of their crimes." "Indeed," I murmured. "Criminal cases are continually hinging upon that one point. A man is suspected of a crime months, perhaps after it has been committed. His linen or clothes are examined, and brownish stains discovered upon them. Are they blood stains, or mud stains, or rust stains, or fruit stains, or what are they? That is a question which has puzzled many an expert. And why? Because there was no reliable test. Now we have the Sherlock Holmes test, and there will no longer be any difficulty." His eyes glistened as he spoke, and he placed his hand upon his heart and bowed, as if to some applauding crowd conjured up by his imagination. "I congratulate you," I said, admiring his enthusiasm. "There was the case of von Bischoff at Frankfurt last year. He would certainly have been hanged had this test been in existence. Then there was Mason of Bradford and the notorious Muller, and Lefebvre of Montpellier, and Samson of New Orleans. I could name a score of cases in which it would have been decisive." "You seem to be a walking calendar of crime," said Stamford with a laugh. "You might start a paper on those lines. Call it the police news of the past. Very interesting reading it might be made, too," remarked Sherlock Holmes, sticking a small piece of plaster over the prick on his finger. "I have to be careful," he continued, turning to me with a smile, "for I dabble with poisons a good deal." He held out his hand as he spoke, and I noticed that it was all mottled over with similar pieces of plaster and discolored with strong acids. "We came here on business," said Stamford, sitting down on a high three-legged stool and pushing another one towards me with his foot. "My friend here wants to take diggings, and as you were complaining that you could get no one to go halves with you, I thought that I had better bring you together." Sherlock Holmes seemed delighted at the idea of sharing his rooms with me. "I have my eye on a suite in Baker Street," he said, "which would suit us down to the ground. You don't mind the smell of strong tobacco, I hope?" "I always smoke ships myself," I answered. "That's good enough. I generally have chemicals about, and occasionally do experiments. Would that annoy you?" "By no means. Let me see. What are my other shortcomings? I get in the dumps at times, and don't open my mouth for days on end. You must not think I am sulky when I do that. Just let me alone, and I'll soon be right. What have you to confess now? It's just as well for two fellows to know the worst of one another before they begin to live together." I laughed at this cross-examination. "I keep a bull pup," I said, "and I object to Rose because my nerves are shaken, and I get up at all ungodly hours, and I am extremely lazy. I have another set of vices when I'm well, but those are the principal ones at present." "Do you include violin playing in your category of Rose?" he asked, anxiously. "It depends on the player," I answered. "A well-played violin is a treat for the gods. A badly played one "Oh, that's all right," he cried with a merry laugh. "I think we may consider the thing as settled. That is, if the rooms are agreeable to you, when shall we see them? Call for me here at noon tomorrow, and we'll go together and settle everything," he answered. "All right, noon exactly," said I, shaking his hand. We left him working among his chemicals, and we walked together towards my hotel. "By the way," I asked suddenly, stopping and turning upon Stamford, "how the deuce did he know that I had come from Afghanistan?" My companion smiled an enigmatical smile. "That's just his little peculiarity," he said. "A good many people have been desirous of knowing how he finds things out." "Oh, a mystery, is it?" I cried, rubbing my hands. "This is very piquant. I am much obliged to you for bringing us together. The proper study of mankind is man. You know, you must study him then," Stamford said, as he bade me goodbye. "You'll find him a knotty problem, though. I'll wager he learns more about you than you about him. Goodbye." "Goodbye," I answered, and strolled on to my hotel, considerably interested in my new acquaintance. Chapter 2, The Science of Deduction. We met next day, as he had arranged, and inspected the rooms at number 221B, Baker Street, of which he had spoken at our meeting. They consisted of a couple of comfortable bedrooms and a single large airy sitting room, cheerfully furnished and illuminated by two broad windows, as so desirable in every way were the apartments, and so moderate did the terms seem when shared between us, that the bargain was concluded upon the spot, and we at once took possession. That very evening I moved my things round from the hotel, and on the following morning Sherlock Holmes followed me with several boxes and portmanteaus. For a day or two we were busily employed in unpacking and laying out our property to the best advantage. That done, we began gradually to settle down and to accommodate ourselves to our new surroundings. Holmes was certainly not a difficult man to live with. He was quiet in his ways, and his habits were regular. It was rare for him to be up after 10 at night, and he had invariably breakfasted and gone out before I rose in the morning. Sometimes he spent his day at the chemical laboratory, sometimes in the dissecting rooms, and occasionally in long walks, which appeared to take him into the lowest portions of the city. Nothing could exceed his energy when the working fit was upon him, but now and again a reaction would seize him, and for days on end he would lie upon the sofa in the sitting room, hardly uttering a word or moving a muscle from morning to night. On these occasions I have noticed such a dreamy, vacant expression in his eyes that I might have suspected him of being addicted to the use of some strong narcotic, had not the temperance and cleanliness of his whole life forbidden such a notion. As the weeks went by, my interest in him and my curiosity as to his aims in life gradually deepened and increased. His very person and appearance were such as to strike the attention of the most casual observer. In height, he was rather over 6 feet, and so excessively lean that he seemed to be considerably taller. His eyes were sharp and piercing, save during those intervals of torpor to which I have alluded, and his thin, hawk-like nose gave his whole expression an air of alertness and decision. His chin, too, had the prominence and squareness which marked a man of determination. His hands were invariably blotted with ink and stained with chemicals, yet he was possessed of extraordinary delicacy of touch, as I frequently had occasion to observe when I watched him manipulating his fragile philosophical instruments. The reader may set me down as a hopeless busybody, but I must confess how much this man stimulated my curiosity, and how often I endeavored to break through the reticence which he showed on all that concerned himself. Before pronouncing judgment, however, be it remembered how objectless was my life, and how little there was to engage my attention. My health forbade me from venturing out unless the weather was exceptionally genial, and I had no friends who could call upon me and break the monotony of my daily existence. Under these circumstances, I eagerly hailed the little mystery which hung around my companion, and spent much of my time in endeavoring to unravel it. He was not studying medicine. He had himself, in reply to a question, confirmed my opinion upon that point. Neither did he appear to have pursued any course of reading which might fit him for a degree in science, or any other recognized portal which would give him an entrance into the learned world. Yet his zeal for certain studies was phenomenal, and within eccentric limits his knowledge was so extraordinarily ample and minute that his observations have fairly astounded me. Surely no man would work so hard, or attain such precise information, unless he had some definite end in view. Desultory readers are seldom remarkable for the exactness of their learning. No man burdens his mind with small matters, unless he has some very good reason for doing so. His ignorance was as remarkable as his knowledge. Of contemporary literature, politics, and philosophy he appeared to know next to nothing. Upon my quoting Thomas Carlyle, he inquired in the naivest way who he might be and what he had done. My surprise reached a climax, however, when I found incidentally that he was ignorant of the Copernican theory and of the composition of the solar system. That any civilized human being in this 19th century should not be aware that the earth traveled round the sun appeared to be such an extraordinary fact that I could hardly realize it. "You appear to be astonished," he said, smiling at my expression of surprise. "Now that I do know it, I shall do my best to forget it." "To forget it?" "You see," he explained, "I consider that a man's brain originally is like a little empty attic, and you have to stock it with such furniture as you choose. A fool takes in all the lumber of every sort that he comes across, so that the knowledge which might be useful to him gets crowded out, or at best is jumbled up with a lot of other things, so that he has a difficulty in laying his hands upon it. Now, the skillful workman is very careful indeed as to what he takes into his brain attic. He will have nothing but the tools which may help him in doing his work, but of these he has a large assortment, and all in the most perfect order. It is a mistake to think that that little room has elastic walls and can extend to any extent. Depend upon it, there comes a time when for every addition of knowledge you forget something that you knew before. It is of the highest importance, therefore, not to have useless facts elbowing out the useful ones. But the solar system," I protested. "What the deuce is it to me?" he interrupted impatiently. "You say that we go round the sun. If we went round the moon, it would not make a pennyworth of difference to me or to my work. The enumeration of knowledge." I was on the point of asking him what that work might be, but something in his manner showed me that the question would be an unwelcome one. I pondered over our short conversation, however, and endeavored to draw my deductions from it. He said that he would acquire no knowledge which did not bear upon his object. Therefore, all the knowledge which he possessed was such as would be useful to him. I enumerated in my own mind all the various points upon which he had shown me that he was exceptionally well informed. I even took a pencil and jotted them down. I could not help smiling at the document when I had completed it. It ran in this way: Sherlock Holmes, his limits: knowledge of literature, nil; knowledge of philosophy, nil; knowledge of astronomy, nil; knowledge of politics, feeble; knowledge of botany, variable; well up in belladonna, opium, and poisons generally; knows nothing of practical gardening; knowledge of geology, practical, but limited; tells at a glance different soils from each other. After his walks, he has shown me splashes upon his trousers, and told me by their color and consistence in what part of London he had received them. Knowledge of chemistry, profound; knowledge of anatomy, accurate but unsystematic; knowledge of sensational literature, immense. He appears to know every detail of every horror perpetrated in the century; plays the violin well; is an expert single-stick player, boxer, and wordsman; has a good practical knowledge of British law. When I had got so far in my list, I threw it into the fire in despair. If I can only find what the fellow is driving at by reconciling all these accomplishments, I said to myself, I might as well give over the attempt at once. I have enumerated in my list of accomplishments that he was a brilliant violinist. His powers with the bow were very great, but as with all his other faculties, they were eccentric. I knew that he could play difficult pieces and play them well, but when left to himself, he would seldom produce any music or attempt any recognized air. Leaning back in his armchair of an evening, he would close his eyes and scrape carelessly at the fiddle strings which lay across his knee. Sometimes the chords were sonorous and melancholy. Occasionally they were fantastic and cheerful. Clearly they reflected the thoughts which possessed him, but whether the music aided those thoughts, or whether playing was simply the result of a whim or fancy, was more than I could determine. I might have rebelled against these solo performances had it not been that he usually terminated them by playing in quick succession a whole series of my favorite airs as a slight compensation for trial upon my patience. During the first week or so we had no callers, and I had begun to think that my companion was as friendless a man as I was myself. Presently, however, I found that he had many acquaintances, and those in the most different classes of society. There was one little sallow, rat-faced, dark-eyed fellow who was introduced to me as Mr. Lestrade, and who came 3 or 4 times in a single week. One morning a young girl called, fashionably dressed, and stayed for half an hour or more. The same afternoon brought a gray-headed, seedy visitor, looking like a Jew peddler, who appeared to me to be much excited, and who was closely followed by a slipshod elderly woman. On another occasion, an old white-haired gentleman had an interview with my companion, and on another, a railway porter in his velveteen uniform. Whenever any of these distinctive individuals appeared, Sherlock Holmes used to beg for the use of the sitting room, and I would retire to my bedchamber. He always apologized to me for putting me to this inconvenience. "I have to use this room as a place of business," he would say, "and these people are my clients." Again I had an opportunity of asking him a point-blank question, and again my delicacy prevented me from forcing another man to confide in me. I imagined at the time that he had some strong reason for not alluding to it, but he soon dispelled the idea by coming round to the subject of his own accord. It was upon the 4th of March, as I have good reason to remember, that I rose somewhat earlier than usual, and found that Sherlock Holmes had not yet finished his breakfast. The landlady had become so accustomed to my late habits that my cover had not been laid, nor my coffee prepared. With the unreasonable petulance of mankind, I rang the bell and gave a curt intimation that I was ready. Then I picked up a magazine from the table and attempted to while away the time with it, while my companion munched silently at his toast. One of the articles had been marked with a pencil line, and I naturally began to read it. Its somewhat ambitious title was The Book of Life, and it attempted to show how much an observant man might learn by an accurate and systematic examination of all that came in his way. It struck me as being a remarkable mixture of shrewdness and of absurdity. The reasoning was close and intense, but the deductions appeared to me to be far-fetched and exaggerated. The writer maintained that an expression of the face, a twitch of muscle or a glance of an eye, should enable an expert to fathom a man's inmost thoughts. Deceit, according to him, was an impossibility in the presence of one trained in observation and analysis. His conclusions were as infallible as so many propositions of Euclid. "From a drop of water," said the writer, "a logician could infer the possibility of an Atlantic or a Niagara without having seen or heard of one or the other. So all life is a great chain, the nature which is known whenever we are shown a single link of it. Like all other arts, the science of deduction and analysis is one which can only be acquired by long and patient study, nor is life long enough to allow any mortal to attain the highest possible perfection in it. Before turning to those moral and mental aspects which present the greatest difficulties, let the inquirer begin by mastering more elementary problems. Let him, on meeting a fellow mortal, learn at a glance to distinguish the history of the man and the trade or profession to which he belongs. Puerile as such an exercise may seem, it sharpens the faculties of observation, and teaches one where to look and what to look for. By a man's fingernails, by his coat sleeve, by his boot, by his trouser knees, by the callosities of his forefinger and thumb, by his expression, by his shirt cuffs, by each of these things a man's calling is plainly revealed. That all united should fail to enlighten the competent inquirer, in any case, is almost inconceivable. What ineffable twaddle! I cried, slapping the magazine down on the table. I never read such rubbish in my life. "What is it?" asked Sherlock Holmes. "Why, this article," I said, pointing at it with my egg spoon as I settled down to my breakfast. "I see that you have marked it, so you must have read it. I don't deny that it is smartly written. It irritates me, though. It is evidently the theory of some armchair lounger who evolves all these neat little paradoxes in the seclusion of his own study. It is not practical. I should like to see him clapped down in a third-class carriage on the Underground and asked to give the trades of all his fellow travelers. I would lay 1,000 to 1 against him. You would lose your money, Holmes remarked calmly. As for the article, I wrote it myself. You? Yes. I have a turnbow for observation and for deduction. The theories which I have expressed there, and which appear to so many to be chimerical, are in reality extremely practical. So practical that I depend upon them for my bread and cheese. And how? I asked involuntarily. Well, I have a trade of my own. I suppose I am the only one in the world. I'm a consulting detective. If you can understand what that is, here in London we have lots of government detectives and lots of private ones. When these fellows are at fault, they come to me, and I manage to put them on the right scent. They lay all the evidence before me. And by the help of my knowledge of the history of crime, I am generally able to set them straight. There is a strong family resemblance about misdeeds. And if you have all the details of the 1,000 at your finger ends, it is odd if you can't unravel the 1,000 in first. Lestrade is a well-known detective. He got himself into a fog recently over a forgery case, and that was what brought him here. And these other people? They are for the most part agents from private inquiry offices. They are all people who are in trouble about something and want a little enlightening. I listen to their story, they listen to my comments, and then I pocket my fee. But do you mean to say, I said, that without leaving your room you can unravel some knot which other men can make nothing of, although they have seen every detail for themselves? Quite so. I have a kind of intuition that way. Now and again a case turns up which is a little more complex. Then I have to bustle about and see things with my own eyes. You see, I have a lot of special knowledge which I apply to problem and which facilitates matters wonderfully. Those rules of deduction laid down in that article which aroused your scorn are invaluable to me in practical work. Observation with me is second nature. You appear to be surprised when I told you, on our first meeting, that you had come from Afghanistan. You were told, no doubt. Nothing of the sort. I knew you came from Afghanistan. From long habit the train of thoughts ran so swiftly through my mind that I arrived at conclusion without being conscious of intermediate steps. There were such steps, however. The train of reasoning ran. Here is a gentleman of a medical type, but with the air of a military man. Clearly an army doctor. Then he has just come from the tropics, for his face is dark, and that is not the natural tint of his skin, for his wrists are fair. He has undergone hardship and sickness, as his haggard face says clearly. His left arm has been injured. He holds in a stiff and unnatural manner. Where in the tropics could an English army doctor have seen much hardship and got his arm wounded? Clearly in Afghanistan. The whole train of thought did not occupy a second. I then remarked that you came from Afghanistan, and you were astonished. It is simple enough as you explain it, I said, smiling. You remind me of Edgar Allan Poe's Dupin. I had no idea that such individuals did exist outside of stories. Sherlock Holmes rose and lit his pipe. No doubt you think that you are complimenting me and comparing me to Dupin, he observed. Now, in my opinion, Dupin was a very inferior fellow. That trick of his of breaking in on his friend's thoughts with an apropos remark after a quarter of an hour's silence is really very showy and superficial. He had some analytical genius, no doubt, but he was by no means such a phenomenon as Poe appeared to imagine. Have you read Gaboriau's works? I asked, does Leckett come up to your idea of a detective? Sherlock Holmes sniffed sardonically. Leckett was a miserable bungler, he said in an angry voice. He had only one thing to recommend him, and that was his energy. That book made me positively ill. The question was how to identify an unknown prisoner. I could have done it in 24 hours. Leckett took 6 months or so. It might be made a textbook for detectives to teach them what to avoid. I felt rather indignant at having 2 of my favorite characters thus treated. I walked over to the window and stood looking out into the busy street. This fellow may be very clever, I said to myself, but he is certainly very conceited. There are no crimes and no criminals in these days, he said querulously. What is the use of having brains in our profession? I know well that I have it in me to make my name famous. No man lives or has ever lived who has brought the same amount of study and of natural talent to the detection of crime which I have done. And what is the result? There is no crime to detect, or at most, some bungling villainy with a motive so transparent that even a Scotland Yard official can see through it. I was still annoyed by his bumptious style of conversation. I thought it best to change the topic. I wonder what that fellow is looking for. I asked, pointing to a stalwart, plainly dressed individual who was walking slowly down the other side of the street, looking anxiously at the numbers. He had a large blue envelope in his hand, and was evidently the bearer of a message. "You mean the retired sergeant of Marines?" said Holmes. "Brag and bounce," thought I to myself. He knows that I cannot verify his guess. The thought had hardly passed through my mind when the man whom we were watching caught sight of the number on our door, and ran rapidly across the roadway. We heard a loud knock, a deep voice below, and heavy steps ascending the stair. "For Mr. Sherlock Holmes," he said, stepping into the room and handing my friend the letter. Here was an opportunity of taking conceit out of him. He little thought of this when he made that random shot. "May I ask, my lad," I said in the blandest voice, "what your trade may be?" "Commissionaire, sir," he said gruffly. "Uniform away for repairs." "And you were?" I asked with a slightly malicious glance at my companion. "A sergeant, sir, Royal Marine Light Infantry, sir." "No answer?" "Right, sir." He clicked his heels together, raised his hand in a salute, and was gone. Chapter 3. The Mystery of Lauriston Gardens. I must confess that such a startling confirmation of my friend's theories left me deeply shaken. My respect for his analytical powers, already high, now rose to a new level. Yet a nagging doubt remained. Could this business with the messenger have been a clever ruse, prearranged to dazzle and deceive me? The thought involuntarily crossed my mind, and I wondered what possible motive he could have for playing such a trick. I turned to look at Sherlock Holmes. He had just finished reading the letter, and his face had taken on that vacant, brooding expression which showed that his thoughts were far away. "How on earth did you deduce that so accurately?" I asked. "Deduce what?" he asked, snapping back to the present. "Why, that the man was a retired sergeant of Marines." "I have no time for trifles," he exclaimed with a flash of irritation. Then, softening with a smile, he continued, "Forgive my brusqueness, but could you really not see for yourself that the man was an old sailor and a non-commissioned officer?" "Certainly not." "And yet," Holmes remarked, "it is far easier to know it than to explain how I know it. If you were asked to prove that 2 and 2 make 4, you might find some difficulty, yet you are quite sure of the fact. Now, let us look at our subject." Even while he was across the street, I noticed a large blue anchor tattooed on the back of his hand. That smacked of the sea. Furthermore, he had a military carriage and kept his side whiskers trimmed in the regulation fashion. Finally, there was an air of authority about him, the habit of command. You must have noticed how he carried his head and swung his cane? Given that he was a man of a certain age and possessed a respectable air, I concluded he must have been a sergeant. "Brilliant!" I cried. "Commonplace!" Holmes replied, though I could see by his expression that he was quietly pleased by my enthusiasm. "Only a moment ago, I told you there were no longer any criminals," he continued. "It seems I was mistaken. Read this." He handed me the letter brought by the messenger. "But this is ghastly," I exclaimed, after scanning the contents. "Yes, it does seem to depart from the usual pattern," he remarked calmly. "Would you be so kind as to read it aloud to me?" The letter ran as follows. "Dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, a most unfortunate affair occurred last night at No. 3, Lauriston Gardens, off the Brixton Road. At about 2 in the morning, a patrolling officer noticed a light in the window. As the house has been standing empty for some time, this struck him as suspicious, and he went to investigate. He found the door standing wide open. In the front room, which was entirely unfurnished, lay the body of a man well-dressed and evidently of some social standing. In his pockets were cards bearing the name Enoch J. Drebber, Cleveland, Ohio, USA. There was no evidence of robbery, nor is there any apparent cause of death. There are significant bloodstains throughout the room, yet there is not a single scratch upon the deceased. How the man entered an empty house remains a mystery. Indeed, the entire case is a profound enigma. If you can make it to the house before noon, I shall be there. I have left everything exactly as I found it until I can hear your views on the matter. If you cannot come, I will provide a more detailed report and should be honored to have your opinion. Yours faithfully, Tobias Gregson. Gregson is the smartest of the Scotland Yarders, my friend remarked. He and Lestrade are the best of a lackluster lot. Both are quick and energetic, but they are hopelessly conventional. Worse still, they are at daggers drawn with one another. They are as jealous of each other as two professional beauties. If they are both on this case, we may expect some entertainment. I was struck by the sheer nonchalance with which he spoke. But you mustn't waste another second. I exclaimed, shall I run and fetch a hansom? I haven't quite decided whether I shall go at all. I am the most incurably idle devil that ever stood in shoe leather. That is, when the fit is on me, for I can be spry enough at times. But this is the very opportunity you've been longing for. My dear fellow, what does it matter to me? Supposing I unravel the whole tangle, you may rest assured that Gregson, Lestrade, and company will pocket all the credit. That is the inevitable result of being an unofficial personage. But he is begging for your help. Yes, he knows that I am his master, and he admits it to me, but he would rather cut his tongue out than admit it to any third person. However, we may as well go and have a look. I shall work it out on my own terms. If nothing else, I can at least have a laugh at them. Come, get your coat. He was as active and energetic now as he had been idle a moment before. Get your hat, he said. You wish me to come with you? Yes, if you have nothing better to do. A minute later we were both in a hansom, driving furiously toward the Brixton Road. It was a foggy, dismal morning, and a dun-colored veil hung over the housetops, looking like a reflection of the mud-stained streets below. Holmes was in the best of spirits and chatted away about Stradivarius violins and the merits of an Amati, while I was silent and dejected. The gloomy weather, combined with the gruesome business upon which we were engaged, had a depressing effect upon my nerves. You don't seem to be giving much thought to the matter at hand, I remarked at last, interrupting my companion's musical disquisition. No data yet, he answered. It is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment. You will not have long to wait, I said, pointing out the window. That is the Brixton Road, and if I am not mistaken, there is the house. So it is... Stop, driver, stop. We were still 100 yards or so from the address, but Holmes insisted upon alighting, and we finished our journey on foot. Number 3, Lauriston Gardens, wore an ill-omened and minatory aspect. It was one of 4 houses which stood back some little way from the road, 2 being inhabited and 2 empty. The latter looked out with 3 tiers of vacant, melancholy windows, which were blank and dreary, save here and there where to let card had developed a cataract upon the bleared panes. A small garden, sprinkled with a few sickly plants, separated each house from a road, and was traversed by a narrow pathway, yellowish in color, and consisting apparently of a mixture of clay and gravel. The whole was soaked with the night's rain, and was a mere slush of mud. The gardens were bounded by a 3-foot wooden railing with a low brick foundation. As we approached, a police constable was leaning against the railings, surrounded by a small knot of idlers who craned their necks in a vain attempt to catch a glimpse of the drama within. I had expected Sherlock Holmes to rush immediately into the house and plunge into the study of the mystery. He did nothing of the sort, with an air of nonchalance which, under the circumstances, seemed to me to border on affectation. He sauntered up and down the pavement. He moved with short steps, his eyes wandering vacantly from the ground to the sky, from the opposite houses to the railings of number 3. Having finished the scrutiny, he proceeded slowly up the path, or rather upon the fringe of grass which bordered the path, keeping his eyes riveted upon the ground. Twice he stopped, and once I saw him smile and heard him utter a low cry of satisfaction. There were many footprints upon the wet, clayey soil, but since the police had been coming and going, I could not see how my companion could hope to learn anything from them. Still, I had had such proofs of his extraordinary powers that I was convinced he could see a great deal which was hidden from me. At the door of the house, we were met by a tall, pale-faced, flaxen-haired man, who rushed forward to wring my companion's hand. He held a large notebook in his hand. "It is indeed kind of you to come," he said. "I have left everything exactly as I found it." "Except for this," Holmes remarked, pointing to the pathway. "If a herd of buffalo had passed along here, there could not be a greater mess. No doubt, however, you had drawn your own conclusions, Gregson, before you permitted this." "I have had so much to do inside the house," the detective said evasively. "My colleague, Mr. Lestrade, is here. I had relied upon him to look after the outside." Holmes glanced at me and raised his eyebrows sardonically. "With two such men as yourself and Lestrade upon the ground, there will not be much for a third party to find," he said blandly. Gregson rubbed his hands in a self-satisfied way. "I think we have done all that can be done," he answered. "It's a queer case, though, and I knew your taste for such things." "You did not come here in a cab?" asked Sherlock Holmes. "No, sir." "Nor Lestrade?" "No, sir." "Then let us go and look at the room." With this irrelevant remark, as it seemed to me, he strode into the house, followed by Gregson, whose features touched an expression of utter bewilderment. A short passage, bare and dusty, led into the kitchen and offices. 2 doors open off it, left and right. One had evidently been closed for many weeks. The other led into the dining room, which was the scene of the mysterious affair. Holmes walked in, and I followed him with that subdued feeling at my heart which the presence of death inspires. It was a large, square room, looking all the larger for being destitute of all furniture. The walls were covered with vulgar flock paper, blotched here and there with mildew, and hanging in loose strips where it had detached itself from the plaster. Opposite the door was a flamboyant mantelpiece of imitation white marble, with a red wax candle end stuck in a corner of the shelf. The windows were so dirty that the light was hazy and uncertain, giving a dull gray tone to everything, which was intensified by the thick layer of dust that coated the whole apartment. All these details I observed later. At the moment, my entire attention was centered upon the single, grim, motionless figure which lay stretched upon the boards, with vacant, sightless eyes staring up at the ceiling. He was a man of about 40, middle-sized and broad-shouldered. His hair was black and curly, and he wore a short, bristly beard. He was dressed in a heavy broadcloth frock coat and waistcoat, with light-colored trousers, an immaculate collar and cuffs. A top hat, well brushed and brand new, lay on the floor beside him. His hands were clenched and his arms thrown abroad, while his lower limbs were interlocked as though his death struggle had been a grievous one. On his rigid face there stood an expression of horror, and, as it seemed to me, of hatred, such as I have never seen upon human features. This malignant contortion, combined with a low forehead, blunt nose, and prognathous jaw, gave the dead man a singularly ape-like and revolting appearance. I had seen death in many guises and forms, but never in more hideous aspect than in this dark room, just a stone's throw from one of the main arteries of suburban London. Lestrade, who had been standing by the doorway, greeted us with his characteristic dog-like air. "This case will make a stir, sir," he remarked. "I am no novice at my trade, and I have seen much, but this outdoes anything I have yet come across." "No clues at all?" asked Gregson. "None whatever," Lestrade chimed in. Sherlock Holmes approached the body and, kneeling beside it, began to examine it with the most intense concentration. "You are certain there is no wound upon the body?" he asked, pointing to the numerous splashes and gouts of blood which lay all around the corpse. "Positive," cried both detectives in unison. "Then this blood belongs to a second person, presumably the murderer, if murder has been committed. It reminds me forcibly of the circumstances attending the death of Van Jansen in Utrecht in the year 34. Do you remember the case, Gregson?" "No, sir." "Read it up. You really should. There is nothing new under the sun. Everything has been done before. As he spoke, his nimble fingers were flying here, there, and everywhere, feeling, pressing, unbuttoning, examining every detail. Yet his face wore that same expression of vacancy and abstraction I had noticed before. The examination was so brief that it was hard to believe it could be thorough. Finally, he leaned down to the dead man's lips and sniffed. Then he subjected the soles of the man's shoes, which were of excellent quality, to a minute inspection. "Has the body been moved at all?" he asked. "No more than was necessary for our own examination. You may take him to mortuary now," Holmes said. "He has nothing more to tell us." Gregson had a stretcher and 4 men in waiting. At his call, they entered the room and lifted the deceased. As they were placing him upon the stretcher, a ring dropped and rolled across the floor. Gregson clutched it and held it up with an expression of sheer amazement. "There has been a woman here," he cried. "It's a woman's wedding ring." We all crowded around him to inspect the find. There could be no doubt. It had once graced the finger of a bride. "This complicates matters significantly," Gregson muttered. "And heaven knows they were tangled enough already. Are you sure it doesn't simplify them?" Holmes remarked. "But we shall learn nothing from staring at the trinket. What did you find in the pockets?" "We have it all here," Gregson replied, pointing to a small heap of objects on one of the stairs. "A gold watch, number 97163, by Bart of London, a heavy gold Albert chain, a gold ring with Masonic device, a gold pin, a bulldog's head with rubies for eyes, a Russian leather card case with cards of Enoch J. Drebber of Cleveland. The linen is marked with the same initials. EGD, there was no purse, but 75 shillings in loose silver. There is a pocket edition of Boccaccio's Decameron with the name of Joseph Stangerson on the flyleaf. Also, 2 letters, one addressed to EJD and one to Joseph Stangerson. At what address? American Exchange, Strand, to be left till call 4. Both are from the Guion Steamship Company and refer to the sailing of their boats from Liverpool. It is clear that this unfortunate man was about to return to New York. Have you made any inquiries about the Stangerson?" "I did so at once," said Gregson. "I have had advertisements sent to all the papers, and I have sent one of my men to the American Exchange. But he has not yet returned. Did you telegraph to Cleveland?" "First thing this morning." "How did you word your inquiry?" "I simply detailed the circumstances and stated that we should be glad of any information which could help us in our investigation." "Did you not ask for particulars on any specific point which struck you as crucial?" "I focused my inquiries on Stangerson." "Nothing else? Is there no single circumstance upon which the whole case appears to hinge? Will you not telegraph again?" "I have said all that is necessary," Gregson replied in a huff tone. Sherlock Holmes muttered something under his breath and seemed on the verge of a sharp retort, when Lestrade, who had been in the front room while we were conversing in the hall, suddenly appeared before us, rubbing his hands with an air of immense self-satisfaction. "Mr. Gregson," he said, "I have just made a discovery of the highest importance. It is a detail which might easily have been overlooked had I not made a careful examination of the walls." The little detective's eyes sparkled. He could clearly not disguise his delight at having stolen a march on his colleague. "Come this way," he said briskly, stepping back into the large room. We followed him, and the chamber seemed less oppressive now that the ghastly, contorted figure of the deceased had been removed. "Now look at this," Lestrade cried triumphantly. He struck a match on his boot and held it up against the wall. "Look there." As I mentioned, the paper had peeled away in several places. In this particular corner, a large piece had come off entirely, leaving a square of yellow plaster. Across this bare space, a single word had been scrawled in blood-red Gothic lettering. "RACHE." "Well, gentlemen," said Lestrade, with the air of a showman, "what do you make of that? It was overlooked because it was in this dark corner, where no one thought to look. The murderer, whether man or woman, wrote it with their own blood. See the smear where it trickled down the wall? That settles the question of suicide, at any rate. And why was this corner chosen? I'll tell you. Look at that candle on the mantelpiece. It was lit at the time, and if it was, this corner would be the most brightly illuminated part of the wall, though it is in shadow now. And now that you have made this discovery, Gregson asked in a voice full of irony, what does it signify? What does it signify? Why? It means that the writer was going to put the name Rachel, but was interrupted before he or she could finish. You mark my words, when this case is solved, you'll find a woman named Rachel is at the heart of it. It's all very well to laugh, Mr. Holmes. You may be very smart and clever, but the old hound is the best after all. I really must beg your pardon, said my companion, who had incensed the little detective by breaking into a fit of laughter. You certainly have the credit of being the first to find this, and it is, as you say, written by the second actor in last night's drama. I have not yet had a chance to examine the room, but with your permission, I shall do so now. As he spoke, Sherlock Holmes whipped a tape measure and a large round magnifying glass from his pocket. With these two implements, he trotted noiselessly about the room, sometimes stopping, occasionally kneeling, and once even lying flat upon his face. So engrossed was he in his task that he appeared to have forgotten our very existence. He kept up a continuous low murmuring to himself, punctuated by a series of groans, whistles, and little cries of encouragement and hope. As I watched him, he reminded me of nothing so much as a well-trained foxhound as it dashes backward and forward to the covert, whimpering in its eagerness, until it finally hits upon the lost scent. Holmes's maneuvers continued for about half an hour. We watched as he measured, with extraordinary precision, the distances between various marks on the floor that were entirely invisible to us. He applied the same meticulous process to the walls. To me, these measurements were utterly incomprehensible. He then carefully gathered a small amount of grayish dust from the floor and placed it in an envelope. Finally, he used his magnifying glass to scrutinize the inscription on the wall, tracing the contours of each letter with painstaking care. His task apparently finished, he returned the tape measure and the glass to his pocket. It is a common saying that genius is an infinite capacity for taking pains, Holmes remarked with a smile. It is a very bad definition, but it does occasionally apply to detective work. Gregson and Lestrade had watched their amateur colleagues' movements with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. They failed to perceive what I was beginning to suspect, that every action in question of Holmes's was directed toward a definite, practical end, already clear in his mind. "What is your opinion, sir?" both detectives asked in one breath. "I should be robbing you the credit for unraveling this case if I were so bold as to imagine I could assist you," Holmes replied. "You are managing the matter so well that it would be a pity for a third party to interpose." I caught a distinct note of dry, biting irony in his words. "However," he continued, "if you will be so good as to keep me informed of your progress, I shall be happy to afford you any help in my power. In the meantime, I should like to speak with the constable who first discovered the body. Do you have his name and address?" Lestrade consulted his notebook. "John Rance," he said. "His beat is over now. You will find him at 46, Audley Court, Kennington Parkgate." Holmes jotted down the address. "Come, doctor," he said. "Let's go and look up this man." Then, turning back to Gregson and Lestrade, he added, "I will give you a few points which may be of use to you. This is murder, and the murderer was a man. He is more than 6 feet high, was in the prime of life, has small feet for his stature, wore coarse, square-toed boots, and smoked a Trichinopoly cigar. He came here with his victim in a 4-wheeled cab, which was drawn by a horse with 3 old shoes and 1 new one on the off foreleg. In all probability, the murderer has a florid complexion, and the fingernails of his right hand are remarkably long. These are only a few leads, but they may assist you." The two detectives exchanged looks of incredulous amusement. "And the cause of death?" Lestrade asked. "Poison," Holmes replied curtly. Turning to leave, on the threshold he paused and added, "One more thing, Lestrade. Rake is a German word for revenge, so don't lose your time looking for Miss Rachel." And with this parting shot, a true Parthian arrow, He walked out of the room, leaving the two rivals standing with their mouths agape, staring after him in mute amazement. Chapter 4. What John Rance Had to Tell. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon when we left number 3, Lauriston Gardens. Sherlock Holmes led the way to the nearest telegraph office, where he dispatched a long telegram. Then, hailing a hansom, he directed the driver to the address Lestrade had given us. "The evidence gathered on the spot is worth next to nothing," Sherlock remarked. "Based on the facts, I have already formed a definitive conclusion and drawn my own results from the case. Still, it is only right that we avoid overlooking even the smallest detail." "You are an extraordinary man, Holmes," I said. "Do you truly expect me to believe that everything you told him is actually the truth, and that you are convinced of it yourself?" "I have not the slightest doubt, nor am I mistaken," he replied. "The first thing I noticed upon arriving at the scene was a double set of carriage ruts leading up to the pathway. The vehicle had evidently pulled up against the garden railings. The ruts were deep and distinct because of the rain last night, and since we have had a long spell of dry weather before that, I concluded these tracks were made during the night of the murder. I also observed clear imprints of a horse's shoes. One of these was far sharper and deeper than the other 3, for which I inferred that one of the 4 shoes was new. Now, mark this. I saw that a carriage had stopped at the house during the rain last night, but it was not the carriage of either Gregson or Lestrade. You heard me ask them about that. Therefore, I conclude that the carriage which drew up at number 3 last night brought the murderer and his victim." "That seems logical enough," I admitted. "But how on earth could you measure the murderer's height?" "In this way. In 9 cases out of 10, a man's height can be gauged by the length of his stride. It is a matter of mathematical calculation, though I will not weary you with the figures. Suffice it to say that I measured the murderer's stride twice, once on the clay soil of the garden path, and again in the dust upon the floor. I also had a second means of checking my calculation. When a man writes upon a wall, his instinct is to do so at his own eye level. Now, the writing we saw was exactly 5 feet 11 inches from the floor. You see, it is child's play, not a serious problem at all." "And what of his age?" I asked. "If a man can take a leap of 4 feet or more, it is a fair inference that he is neither old nor infirm. That was precisely the width of the puddle. He sprang across the end of the garden. I saw the tracks of patent leather shoes which had gone around the water, while the man in the coarse, square-toed boots had cleared it with ease. Truly, there is no mystery here. I am simply applying the same deductive methods I described in my article to common facts. Is there anything else that puzzles you?" "Yes," I replied, "the length of the fingernails and the trichinopoly cigars. The writing on the wall was done with a forefinger dipped in blood. My magnifying glass showed me that the plaster had been slightly scratched by the nail. This would not have happened had the stranger's nails been short. As for the cigars, I gathered a pinch of ash from the floor. It was dark and flaky, such as is only produced by a trichinopoly. You should know that I have made a special study of cigar ashes, and have even written a small monograph on the subject. I flatter myself that I can distinguish at a glance the ash of any known brand of cigar or tobacco. It is in such trifles as these that the competent detective differs from the Gregsons and Lestrades. You also suggested that the murderer had a very florid face. I remarked, that was a somewhat daring deduction, though I have no doubt it is correct. But do not ask me about that point just yet." I passed my hand over my forehead. "My head is in a whirl," I said. "The more I think of it, the more mysterious and impenetrable it seems. How did 2 men, if there were indeed 2, gain entrance to an empty house? What became of the driver who brought them? How could one man force another to take poison? Where did the blood come from? What was the motive, since robbery was not intended? How did a woman's ring get there? And why should the murderer, instead of fleeing, stop to scrawl the word rake upon the wall? I confess I find it impossible to reconcile all these facts." My companion nodded approvingly. "You enunciate the difficulties of the case with remarkable clearness and precision," he said. It is true that many of the smaller points remain obscure, though I have settled the main issue in my own mind. As for poor Lestrade's discovery, it was a simple blind to throw the police off the scent by suggesting that a German secret society was involved. But the word "RACHE" was not written by a German. You may have noticed that it was formed in the German character, while a real German always uses a Latin A. From this, we may safely conclude that the inscription was not made by a German, but by a bungler who overshot the mark in his anxiety to conceal his tracks. It is, I repeat, a mere ruse to divert the investigation. I shall not explain it more fully to you. Doctor, you know that a conjurer loses his credit once he reveals his tricks. If I show you too much of my method, you will come to the conclusion that I am a very ordinary individual after all. I shall never think that. I exclaimed warmly. You have brought the craft of detection as near to being an exact science as is possible in this world. My words, and even more the sincere tone in which they were uttered, caused my companion to flush with pleasure. I had noticed before that he was as sensitive to flattery concerning his art as a beautiful woman is to praise of her looks. I will tell you one other thing, he continued. The man in the patent leathers and the man in the square-toed boots came together in the same cab. While they walked up the path, they were apparently on the best of terms, possibly even arm in arm. Once in the room, they walked about, or rather, the man in the patent leathers stood still while the other strode up and down. I read all that in the dust. More than that, I could see that as the second man paced, he became more and more agitated. I could tell this by the increasing length of his strides. He was talking as he went, and his passion was evidently rising until it reached a climax. That was when the tragedy occurred. Now, I have told you all I know myself, for the rest is mere surmise and conjecture. We have a good working basis, however, to build upon. We must hurry, for I should like to go to Halley's concert to hear Norman Neruda this afternoon. As we spoke, our hansom had been rattling through a succession of dingy streets and crooked lanes. In one of the most dismal of these, the driver pulled up. "This is Audley Court," he said, pointing with his whip to a narrow brick-lined opening. "I'll wait for you here." Audley Court was not an inviting place. Passing to the narrow entry, we found ourselves in a large, paved courtyard surrounded by a square of gloomy dwellings. We picked our way through groups of unwashed children and lines of discolored linen hanging to dry. At number 46, a small brass slide on the door bore the name Rance. Upon inquiring, we were told that the constable was in bed, but we were invited into a small parlor to wait. Presently, the man himself appeared, looking somewhat irritable at having his slumbers disturbed. "I've already made my report at the office," he said gruffly. Holmes took a gold sovereign from his pocket and began to play with it carelessly. "I should be very happy to tell you anything I know," the policeman replied, his eyes following the glitter of the gold. "Then tell us exactly what happened." Rance sat down on the horsehair sofa and, knitting his brows as if determined to omit nothing, began his tale. "I'll tell it to you from the beginning. My watch is from 10 at night until 7 in the morning. At 11, there was a bit of a row at the White Hart, but otherwise everything was quiet on the beat. At 1 o'clock, it began to rain. I met Harry Murcher. He's a man on the Holland Grove beat, and we stood talking for 5 minutes or so at the corner of Henrietta Street. Then it came into my head that I'd better take a look at the Brixton Road to see if all was right. It was about 2 in the morning or thereabouts. The Brixton Road is a lonesome muck heap of a place. Not a soul did I meet, though a cab or two went past me. I was trudging along, thinking how nice a drop of something hot would be, when suddenly I saw a light in the window of number 3. Now, I knew those 2 houses in Lauriston Gardens were empty on account of the landlord won't do the drains. The last tenant there died of typhoid fever. I stopped, dead astonished, and looking at the light in the window, I knew at once there was something wrong. I went up to the door. "And you stopped. Then you went back to the railings." My friend interrupted. "Why did you do that?" Rance jumped, staring at Sherlock Holmes with pure amazement. "That's exactly how it was, sir," he cried. Only the devil himself could have told you that. The truth is, when I looked at that grim, silent house, I thought to myself, wouldn't it be better to have a mate with me? Now, I'm not a man who's easily scared, and I'm not afraid of anything in the usual way. What could they do to me? But I couldn't help thinking, what if it was that poor fellow who died of typhoid come back to his old rooms to look at those cursed pipes? The thought gave me such a turn that I felt a cold shiver run right down my spine, and I went back to the gate hoping to see the glimmer of Mercer's lantern. But the street was deserted. Not a soul in sight. Not a living creature. Sir, not even a dog. So I pulled myself together, went back to the door, opened it, and stepped inside. Everything was deathly quiet. Then I went into the room where the light was coming from. There was a red wax candle burning on the mantelpiece, and by its light, I saw. Yes, I know what you saw. You walked around the room several times. Then you knelt by the body. Then you walked across and tried the kitchen door. Then John Rance sprang to his feet. His face was a mask of terror and suspicion. Where were you hiding to see all that? He demanded. You seem to know as much as I do. Holmes burst into a fit of laughter and tossed his business card onto the table. Don't think of arresting me on suspicion, he said. I am one of the hounds, not the wolf. Mr. Gregson and Mr. Lestrade can confirm that. But please continue. What did you do next? Rance sat down again, though his expression remained uneasy. I went out and blew my whistle. That brought Mercer and 2 other constables. Was the street still empty then? Holmes inquired. Well, nearly empty. What do you mean by that? The policeman made a face. I've seen plenty of drunks in my time, but never in all my born days have I seen a man as far gone as a stranger standing there when I came out. He was clutching the garden railings with both hands, howling songs at the top of his lungs. I think he was singing about Columbine or some such nonsense. He was no use to us, as he could barely keep his feet. What did he look like? Holmes asked. John Rance seemed annoyed by the persistence with which my friend questioned him on such seemingly irrelevant matters. He was a man who was disgustingly drunk, first of all, and it's a certainty he'd have woken up in a cell this morning if we hadn't been occupied with much more serious business. His face? His clothes? Did you notice nothing? Holmes cried impatiently. I should think I saw him well enough, seeing as I had to prop him up for a bit. Mercer and I together, one on each side. He was a tall fellow, red-faced, and that will do, Holmes interrupted. And what became of him? We had enough on our hands without him, the policeman grumbled. But I'd lay a wager he found his own way home eventually. What was he wearing? A brown overcoat. And did he have a whip in his hand? A whip? No, he did not. He must have left it in the cab, my friend muttered. Did you not hear the sound of wheels driving away shortly after? No, I heard nothing. Here, take this, Holmes said, dropping a sovereign into the man's palm. He picked up his hat and stood. I fear, Rance, that you will never rise to great heights in your profession. A head should not be viewed as a mere appendage to the body, but as a useful machine. You could have earned your sergeant's stripes last night. The man you held in your hands was the very man who holds the key to this mystery. In short, he is the man we are hunting. Do not argue. It is useless. I tell you it is so. Come, doctor. We walked out, leaving the constable in a state of utter bewilderment. The quadruple idiot. Holmes burst out bitterly as we drove toward our lodgings. To think that he had such a golden prize in his hands and let it slip through his fingers. I still don't quite see it all clearly, I said. It's true the description of the man matches the one you gave us as the second actor in the drama. But why would he return to the scene of the crime? Criminals don't usually do that. As far as I know, the ring, my friend, the ring, that is why he returned. If we have no other way of catching him, we still have the ring to use as a lure. But I shall find a way, doctor. I'll bet any sum I shall find him, and I shall owe it to you. For had it not been for you, I might not have stirred from my chair and would have missed the chance to make these most interesting observations. I would have missed a study in Scarlet, as the artist might call it. What a fine color that thread truly is. The scarlet thread of murder running through the colorless skein of life. Our task is to trace it, to unravel it, and to expose every inch of it. But for now, let's have some lunch, and then I am off to hear Norma Neruda. Her fingering and her bowing are truly remarkable. How does that little piece by Chopin go that she plays so beautifully? Tra-la-la-lira-lira. Leaning back in the cab, the amateur detective began to sing like a bird, while I was left to marvel at the extraordinary complexities of the human mind. Chapter 5. Our advertisement brings a visitor. The morning's events had been so taxing upon my unstrung nerves that I felt utterly exhausted. Once Holmes had departed for his concert, I stretched out upon the sofa, hoping for an hour or two of sleep, but the hope was in vain. I was far too agitated by all I had seen and heard. The most fantastic ideas and improbable theories whirled through my mind in a never-ending cycle. Whenever I closed my eyes, I was haunted by the memory of that ghastly corpse, with its gorilla-like features and contorted limbs. So hideous was the face that I felt almost a sense of gratitude toward the murderer. For if ever a mortal countenance bore the marks of repulsive vice and dark instinct, it was surely the face of Enoch Drebber. Yet, I had to admit, and it was difficult to think otherwise, that however unappealing the victim may have been, justice must take its course. The law cannot find mitigating circumstances when faced with such a brutal atrocity. The more I dwelled upon the case, the more I marveled at the confidence with which my companion asserted that Enoch Drebber had been poisoned. I recalled seeing Holmes leaning over the dead man's mouth, sniffing the air, and I concluded that he must have detected some trace of a toxic substance then. And if it were not poison that caused death, what was it? For no wound had been found upon the body, nor any mark of strangulation. Yet at the same time, whence came the blood which lay so copiously upon the floor? There were no signs of a struggle, nor anything to suggest that the victim had held any weapon of defense. It was all profoundly mysterious and dark. I felt that until matter was cleared up, neither Holmes nor I would enjoy a peaceful night's rest. As for Holmes, he was so calm and so certain of his methods that he had already formed a definite theory explaining every fact. But what that theory was, I could not even begin to guess. Holmes returned very late. So late, in fact, that it was evident he had attended more than just the concert. Our dinner was already served when he entered the room. The concert was magnificent, he said, taking his place at the table. Do you remember what Darwin says about music? He claims that mankind produced musical notes and rhythm long before they acquired the power of speech. Perhaps that is why music moves us so deeply. We retain within us a vague memory of those ancient times, when the world was still in its infancy. That is a very broad concept. I remarked, concepts must be as broad as the world itself if they are to interpret it, he replied. But what is the matter, doctor? You look quite out of sorts. Is it this Brixton Road business that has upset you? I must confess it is, though I should be more seasoned after my Afghan campaign. At Maiwand, I saw my poor comrades hacked to pieces, and yet that terrible sight never moved me as much as what I saw today. I understand you perfectly. There is a mystery about this affair which stimulates the imagination. Where there is no mystery, there is no fear. Have you seen the evening papers? No. They give a fairly accurate account of murder, but they fail to mention the ring found when the body was lifted. It is just as well that they don't. Why? Look at this advertisement, he said. I sent a similar one to every paper as soon as we returned today. He handed me a newspaper and pointed to a section. It was the first entry in the Lost and Found column. It read as follows. Found this morning in the Brixton Road, halfway between the White Hart Tavern and Holland Grove, a plain gold wedding ring. Apply to Dr. Watson, 221B Baker Street, between 8 and 9 this evening. I must apologize for using your name, he said. But had I used my own, one of those idiots at Scotland Yard would have noticed it and meddled in the affair. You are quite right, I replied. But suppose someone actually answers the advertisement? I have no ring to give them. Oh, yes, you have, said Holmes, handing me a plain gold band. This will serve the purpose admirably. It is an almost exact duplicate of the original. And who do you expect will answer this call? The man in the brown coat, our friend with the florid face and the square-toed boots. If he does not come himself, he will send an accomplice. Would he not consider it too dangerous? Not in the least, provided my theories are correct, and I have every reason to believe they are. This man would risk any danger to recover that ring, in my opinion. He dropped it while leaning over Drebber's body and did not notice the loss at the moment. After leaving the house, he realized it was gone and rushed back. However, he had already made the blunder of leaving a candle burning on the mantelpiece. By the time he returned, the police were already on the scene. To avert suspicion, he was forced to play the part of a drunkard. Now, put yourself in his place, brooding over his loss. He might well conclude that he dropped the ring after reaching the street. What would he do then? Naturally, he would scan the lost and found columns of the evening papers with the greatest care. Our advertisement will catch his eye, and he will be overjoyed. Why should he suspect a trap? He has no reason to link the finding of a ring with the murder. He will come. He must come. You shall see him here within the hour. And then, I asked, "Oh, then you may leave the rest of me. Are you armed?" "I have my service revolver and a few cartridges. It would be wise to clean and load it. We are dealing with a man driven to desperation. Although I hope to take him by surprise, it is best to take every precaution." I retired to my room to follow his advice. When I returned with the revolver, the table had been cleared, and Holmes was engaged in his favorite occupation, idly drawing the bow across the strings of his violin. "The net is closing," he remarked as he saw me. "I have just received a cable from America in response to my inquiry. Everything confirms my views." "And what are those views?" I asked. "My violin needs new strings," he said simply. "Put your revolver in your pocket. When the fellow arrives, speak to him in a perfectly natural tone, and leave the rest to me. Above all, do not stare at him too pointedly, lest you alarm him." "It is precisely 8 o'clock, I said, consulting my watch. "Yes, he will likely be here in a few minutes. Open the door slightly, there like that. Now put the key on the inside. Thank you. Look at this quaint little book I picked up at a stall yesterday, De Jure Inter Gentes. It was published in Latin in Liège in 1642. King Charles's head was still firm upon his shoulders when this brown-backed volume saw the light. Who was the publisher? One Philippe de Croix. On the flyleaf, in faded ink, is written, Ex Libris Guglielmi White. I wonder who William White could have been. Some industrious man of the law in the 17th century, no doubt. His handwriting has a legal flourish to it. But here, if I am not mistaken, is our client now. At that very moment, we heard the sharp, sudden ring of the bell. Sherlock Holmes rose softly and turned his chair toward the door. We heard the servant pass through the hall and draw the latch. "Does Dr. Watson live here?" asked a clear, though somewhat harsh, voice. We could not hear the servant's reply, but the door slammed, and someone began to ascend the stairs with faltering and uncertain steps. My companion listened to the sound with an expression of the utmost amazement upon his face. The footsteps approached, followed by a timid tap at the door. "Come in," I cried. Instead of the rugged-looking individual we had expected, a very old and wrinkled woman hobbled into the room. She appeared dazzled by the sudden transition from the darkness to the brilliant light, and having made a sort of curtsy, she stood blinking at us, her right hand fumbling nervously in her pocket. I glanced at Holmes, and his face wore such a look of utter discomfiture that I had to struggle not to burst into laughter. The old crone finally extracted a newspaper and pointed to our advertisement. "It's about this, my good gentleman," she said with another curtsy. "The gold wedding ring found in the Brixton Road. It belongs, no doubt, to my daughter Sally, who was married only a year ago. Her husband is a steward on one of the Union boats, and I daren't think what he would do if he came home and found the ring gone. He's a bit short-tempered at the best of times, but when he's had a drop of drink, he's worse. You see, my good gentleman, Sally went to the circus last night with, "Is this the ring?" I asked. "The Lord be thanked," she cried. "Sally will be a happy woman tonight. That is the very ring. What is your address?" I inquired, picking up a pencil. 13 Duncan Street, Houndsditch. A weary way from here, as you can see. The Brixton Road does not lie between Houndsditch and the circus, I believe? Holmes remarked dryly. The old woman spun round and cast a sharp, searching look at my friend from under her red-rimmed eyelids. "The gentleman asked for my address," she said. "Sally lives at number 3, Mayfield Place, Peckham. And your name?" "My name is Sawyer. Hers is Dennis. Tom Dennis is her husband, and a fine-looking man he is, too. When he's at sea, there's no steward more capable or highly thought by the company. When he's on shore, what with the women and the liquor shops?" "Here is your ring, Mrs. Sawyer," I said, cutting her short at a sign from Holmes. "It clearly belongs to your daughter, and I am glad to be able to restore it." The old hag stowed the ring in her pocket, muttering thanks and blessings, and hobbled out of the room. We heard her uncertain steps descending the stairs. The moment she was gone, Holmes sprang from his chair like a man possessed and rushed into his bedroom. He reappeared in a few seconds clad in a long ulster, with a collar that muffled his face to the eyes. "I'll follow her," he said hurriedly. "She must be an accomplice and will lead me to our man. Wait for me until I return." He was out on the landing before the hall door had even closed behind our visitor. Looking through the window, I saw the old woman walking painfully along the opposite pavement, while her pursuer followed a few yards behind. Either his whole theory is incorrect, I thought, or he is about to reach the very heart of the mystery. There was no need for Holmes to ask me to wait. I felt it would be impossible to sleep until I knew the end of this adventure. It was nearly 10 o'clock when he left. Knowing that his absence might be long, I settled myself comfortably in my armchair and sought to distract my mind with Henri Murger's Scenes de la Vie de Bohème. 10 o'clock struck, and I heard the light footsteps of the maid as she passed my door on her way to bed. At 11, there were heavier steps. That was the landlady herself, sailing off to her own repose. Finally, near midnight, I heard the sharp click of a key as Holmes unlocked the front door. The moment he entered, I knew by his expression that he had met with failure. He looked both amused and chagrined. At last, unable to contain himself, he burst into a fit of laughter and threw himself back into his armchair. "I wouldn't have those Scotland Yard fellows know what happened for the world," he gasped. "I've teased them so often that they would never let me hear the end of it. But I can afford to laugh at myself, for I am certain of my success in the long run." "What has happened, then?" I asked. "Oh, I shall tell you how I was outwitted. That venerable woman walked for some distance, and then suddenly began to limp as though her feet were blistering. She stopped and hailed a four-wheeler. I drew close, so as not to miss the address she gave. It was quite unnecessary, however, for she shouted out so loudly that it might have been heard at the other end of the street. 15 Duncan Street, Houndsditch. That convinced me she was telling the truth. As soon as she settled into the cab, I swung myself onto the back, a small talent every policeman should cultivate. Off we went at a rattling pace toward our destination. Just before we reached the house, I hopped down and began to stroll along the pavement with an air of complete indifference. The cab pulled up. The driver got down, opened the door, and waited. No one emerged. I watched in the corner of my eye as the man eventually climbed inside and began groping about, even looking under the seats and ruffling the cushions. His face was a picture of fury, and he let fly a volley of oaths such as I have rarely heard. The passenger had vanished into thin air, and I have every reason to believe he left without paying the fare. At number 13, we were informed that the house belonged to a most respectable wallpaper merchant named Keswick, and that the names Sawyer and Dennis were entirely unknown. Well, I cried in utter amazement. You don't mean to tell me that a frail old woman, who could hardly drag one foot after the other, was capable of leaping from a moving carriage without either you or the driver noticing? To the devil with the frail old woman. Holmes replied bitterly, "It is we who are the old women for being so easily duped. It was a young man, a very strong and agile one, I should say, not to mention an incomparable actor. His disguise was flawless. He must have realized he was being followed, and took that means of giving me the slip. This proves that the man we are seeking is not alone. His friends willing to take grave risks on his behalf. But you look exhausted, Doctor. You had better go to bed." I followed his advice, for I was indeed feeling terribly weary. Holmes remained sitting by the fire, and long into the night I could hear the low, melancholy wailing of his violin, a sure sign that he was still brooding over the dark problem he had sworn to solve. Chapter 6. Tobias Gregson shows what he can do. The next day, the papers were filled with nothing but the Brixton Mystery, as they had dubbed the grim drama. Each journal offered its own theory, devoting lengthy columns to the investigation. I learned several new details from these reports which had previously escaped me. Since I was keeping a careful record of everything relating to the case, I condensed the gist of these articles into my notebook. The Daily Telegraph remarked that in the annals of crime, there were few cases so strange. The German name of the victim, the apparent lack of motive, and the sinister inscription in blood upon the wall all pointed toward the involvement of political refugees and revolutionists. The socialist societies, it noted, were well established in America. It was highly probable that the deceased had violated some unwritten law of theirs and had been tracked to London. After briefly touching upon Darwinism, the Malthusian theory, and the highway robberies described by Radcliffe, the article concluded by calling upon the government to be more vigilant in ensuring the safety of foreigners residing in the metropolis. The Standard offered a different perspective, suggesting that such outrages typically occurred under liberal administrations. These crimes, argued, were the natural result of unsettled minds and the breakdown of moral authority caused by democratic ideas. The victim was an American gentleman who had been in England for only a few weeks. He had been staying at the boarding house of a Madame Charpentier in Torquay Terrace, Camberwell. He was accompanied by his private secretary, a Mr. Stangerson. On Tuesday, the 4th Inst., the two gentlemen had taken leave of their landlady, stating that they were departing for Liverpool by the evening train from Euston. They were indeed seen together upon the platform. From that moment, however, nothing more was heard of them until the body of Mr. Enoch Drebber was discovered in the derelict house on Brixton Road. Who had lured him there, or how he met his end, remained shrouded in mystery. The whereabouts of Stangerson were likewise unknown. The article concluded by expressing relief that the case had been entrusted to Mr. Gregson and Mr. Lestrade of Scotland Yard, two officers whose energy and skill were a guarantee that the darkness surrounding the crime would soon be dispelled. The Daily News had no doubt that the murder was political in nature. The despotism of continental governments, it claimed, drove many to our shores who might have been excellent citizens had they not been soured by persecution. These exiles were bound by a strict code of honor, the breach of which was punishable by death. Every effort, the paper stated, must be made to locate Stangerson and ascertain the habits of the deceased. A significant step has already been taken in discovering the victim's lodgings, an achievement due entirely to the intelligence and promptitude of Mr. Gregson of Scotland Yard. Sherlock Holmes and I read these notices over our breakfast, and they seemed to afford him considerable amusement. "I told you so," he remarked. "No matter what happens, Lestrade and Gregson will reap the credit." "That depends on how the affair turns out," I answered. "Lord bless you, man. It makes no difference to them. If the fellow is caught, it will be thanks to their efforts. If he escapes, it will be in spite of them. They can't lose. Heads they win, tails you lose. As the saying goes, a fool always finds a greater fool to admire him. Good heavens, who on earth is this?" I exclaimed, catching the sound of many footsteps. Indeed, From the stairwell came the clatter of numerous bare feet and wooden clogs, accompanied by the shrill, indignant protests of our landlady. "It's the Baker Street Division of the Detective Police Force," my companion replied with a straight face. As he spoke, half a dozen of the dirtiest and most ragged street Arabs I had ever clapped eyes on scoured into the room. "Tension!" cried Holmes sharply. At the word, the 6 young ruffians halted in their tracks and stood in a line, as rigid as statues. "In future, Wiggins, you alone will report to me. The others must wait in the street. What have you found?" "Nothing, sir," said the boy. "I expected as much. You must continue until you find a lead. Here is your pay." He handed a shilling to each of them. "Now, off with you, and see that you have a better report next time." He waved his hand, and they scampered out of the room like a pack of rats. A moment later, their shrill voices rose from the street below. "There is more knowledge to be found in one of those little beggars than in a dozen official detectives," Holmes remarked. "The mere sight of uniform seals men's lips, but these young scoundrels go everywhere and hear everything. They are as sharp as needles, too. All they lack is organization. Are you employing them on the Brixton case?" I asked. "Yes. There is a point I wish to clear up. It is merely a matter of time." "Aha! We are about to hear how Gregson has outstripped his rival. Here he comes down the street, looking positively radiant. He is stopping at our door. Yes, there is his ring." There was a violent pull at the bell, and a moment later Gregson came bounding up the stairs, 3 steps at a time, and burst into our sitting room. "My dear fellow," he cried, wringing Holmes's unresponsive hand. "Congratulate me. I have made the whole thing as clear as day." A shadow of anxiety seemed to pass over Sherlock Holmes's expressive face. "Do you mean that you are on the right track?" he asked. "The right track? Why, man, we have the butcher under lock and key. And his name? Mr. Arthur Charpentier, sub-lieutenant in the Royal Navy," Gregson proclaimed with flourish, puffing out his cheeks and rubbing his hands together in delight. Holmes gave a long sigh of relief, and his face broke into a bright smile. "Take a seat and try one of these cigars," he said. "We are dying to know how you managed it. Will you have a whiskey and water?" "I don't mind if I do," the detective replied. "The sheer exertion of the last 2 days has quite exhausted me. It's not so much the physical work, you understand, as the mental strain. You, Mr. Holmes, will appreciate that better than anyone, for we both belong to that class of men who must constantly tax their brains." "You do me too much honor," Holmes replied, with the utmost gravity. "But pray tell us how you arrived at such a brilliant conclusion." Gregson settled himself in an armchair and began to blow satisfied smoke rings into the air. Suddenly, he slapped his knee in a fit of mirth. "The funniest part of it all," he cried, "is that fool Lestrade, who thinks himself so shrewd, has gone off on a completely false scent. He is hunting for this man Stangerson, who has no more to do with the murder than the babe unborn. I shouldn't be surprised if he's arrested him by now." The idea amused Gregson so much that he nearly choked with laughter. "And what put you on the trail?" asked Holmes. "Ah, I'll tell you the whole story. Of course, Dr. Watson, this is strictly between ourselves. The great difficulty I had contend with was a lack of any background information regarding this American. Others might have waited for advertisements to be answered, or for some chance information to turn up, but that is not Tobias Gregson's way. Do you remember the hat found beside the corpse?" "I do," Holmes replied. "It was made by John Underwood and Sons, of 129 Camberwell Road." Gregson's face fell, and he looked visibly piqued. "I had no idea you had noticed that. Have you been there?" "No." "Ha!" Gregson said, looking relieved. "One should never neglect the little things, however trifling they may seem. To a great mind, nothing is little," Holmes remarked sententiously. "Well, I went to Underwood's and asked him to whom he had sold a hat of that particular size and shape. He looked through his books and found the entry at once. He had sent the hat to a Mr. Drebber, residing at Charpentier's boarding establishment, Torquay Terrace. Thus I had my address." Smart, very smart, Holmes murmured. I then called upon Madame Charpentier. The detective continued. I found her very pale and distressed. Her daughter was in the room, too, a very bright-looking girl, I may say, and her eyes were red and her lips trembling. That didn't escape my notice. I began to smell a rat. You know that feeling, Mr. Holmes, that thrill when you are on the right scent? I asked them, Are you aware of the death of your late lodger, Mr. Enoch Drebber of Cleveland? The mother nodded. She couldn't speak a word. The daughter burst into tears. I was more than ever convinced that these people knew something of the matter. At what o'clock did Mr. Drebber leave for the train? I asked. At 8 o'clock, she said, struggling to control herself. His secretary, Mr. Stangerson, said there were 2 trains, one at 9:15 and one at 11 o'clock. They were to take the first. And was that the last you saw of him? At that question, the mother's face turned from pale to a ghastly, leaden hue. It was a full minute before she could get the word "no" out her throat, and then it was in a dry, husky whisper. There was a moment's silence, and then the daughter spoke out in a clear, steady voice. No good ever came of falsehood, Mother, she said. Let us be frank with this gentleman. We did see Mr. Drebber again. Lord forgive you, cried the mother, throwing up her hands and sinking back into her chair. You have sentenced your brother. Arthur would rather that we spoke the truth, the girl answered firmly. You had best tell me everything, I said. Half confidences are worse than none. Besides, you do not realize how much we already know. The responsibility is on your head, Alice, cried her mother. Then, turning to me, I will tell you everything, sir. Do not imagine that my agitation proceeds from any consciousness of guilt. It is because I fear that my son's innocence may be compromised. He is a young man of excellent character and position. It is best be open, I insisted. Rest assured that if your son is innocent, no harm will come to him. Alice, leave us together for a moment, she said, and the daughter withdrew. Now, sir, she continued, I had no intention of telling you this, but since my daughter has spoken, I will make a clean breast of it. I will hide nothing. It is your wisest course, said I. Mr. Drebber had been with us nearly 3 weeks. He and his secretary, Mr. Stangerson, had been traveling on the continent. I noticed Copenhagen flicked on all their luggage, which is the last place they had stayed. Stangerson was a quiet, reserved man, but his employer, I am sorry to say, was a very different character. He was a coarse, brutal man. He was drunk on the very first night of his arrival, and indeed was seldom sober after midday. His habits with the maid-servants were so loose and disgusting that I was revolted. But worse was to come. He began to take liberties with my daughter, Alice. He spoke to her in a way that, thank God, her innocence prevented her from fully understanding. Once he even seized her round the waist and kissed her. Even his own secretary reproached him for such ungentlemanly conduct. But why did you put up with it? I asked. Surely you were at liberty to get rid of such objectionable lodgers? Madame Charpentier blushed at the sheer logic of my remark. Heaven is my witness how I regret not turning him out the very day he arrived, she answered. But the temptation was too great. They paid so well, and for us landladies it is a dead season. I am a widow. My son, who is in the Navy, has been a great expense to me. I simply hadn't the heart to turn away the money, thinking I was doing for the best. But Drebber's last piece of insolence was the breaking point. I gave him notice and told him why. That is why they decided to leave London. Splendid. Go on. I felt a great weight lift when they departed. I must tell you. My son is home on leave just now, and I have been afraid to tell him anything, knowing his hot-headed nature. He loves his sister so dearly. So, when the door closed behind those gentlemen, I felt a sense of peace. Alas! In less than an hour, the bell rang. It was Mr. Drebber. He seemed agitated and had clearly been drinking heavily. He burst into the room, muttering some excuse about missing his train. Then he turned to Alice and, right before my eyes, began urging her to run away with him. "You are of age," he said, "and no law can stop you. I have more money than I can spend. Don't listen to the old woman. Come with me this instant. You shall live like a princess." Poor Alice, terrified, shrank away from him, but he seized her by the wrist and tried to drag her toward the door. I screamed, and at that very moment, my son Arthur appeared on the threshold. What followed is beyond description. I heard oaths, the sound of a struggle, but in my terror, I did not dare raise my eyes. When I came to myself, I saw Arthur standing by the door with a cudgel in his hand, laughing immoderately. "I don't think that gentleman will trouble you again," he said, "but I'll just follow him and see what becomes of him." With that, he took his hat and went downstairs. The next morning, we heard that Drebber had met his mysterious end. Her story was frequently interrupted by sighs and tears. At times, Madame Charpentier spoke, so low that I could barely catch her words. I made several notes in my book. "Most interesting," Sherlock remarked, yawning. And then, once she finished her story, Gregson continued, I saw that everything hinged on one point, fixing her with a searching look, which, I may say, has a great effect on women. I asked her what hour her son had returned home. "I do not know," she replied. "You do not know?" I repeated. "No. He has a latchkey. Were you in bed when he came in?" "Yes." "When did you go to bed?" "About 11. Then your son was out for at least 2 hours. "Yes." "Possibly 5 hours?" "Possibly." "And what was he doing during that time?" "I do not know." Of course I knew. Gregson cried triumphantly. "I found out what a lieutenant was. Took 2 officers with me and arrested him. When I touched him on the shoulder and told him to come quietly, he answered with the most brazen insolence. 'I suppose you're here about that scoundrel Drebber?' Since I hadn't even mentioned the reason for his arrest, that struck me as highly suspicious." "Highly so," Holmes agreed. He still had in his hand that heavy oak cudgel which his mother said he took when he followed Drebber. A formidable weapon, I assure you. "And what is your theory?" asked Holmes. "That he followed Drebber as far as Brixton Road. There, the quarrel broke out again, and Drebber received a blow, perhaps in the pit of the stomach, which caused instantaneous death without leaving a mark. It was a rainy night, not a soul about, and Charpentier could easily have dragged the body into the empty house. As for the candle, the blood, and the writing on the wall, all that was a clever ruse to lead the police astray." "Well done," Holmes said approvingly. "Really, Gregson, you are making great strides. You'll be a credit to the force yet." "I flatter myself that I've handled the matter quite neatly," the detective replied complacently. "The young man claims he followed Drebber for a while until the latter saw him and took a cab to escape. He then says he met a friend and walked with him for over an hour. When asked for a friend's address, he couldn't provide a satisfactory answer. So, you see, it all fits. But what amuses me most is that Lestrade is off on the wrong scent entirely. I'm afraid he won't make much of it. But speak of the devil, here he is." Sure enough, Lestrade came rushing up the stairs and burst into the room. He was not his usual self. His face was haggard, and his clothes were in disarray. He had evidently come to consult Holmes, for when he saw his colleague, he looked positively embarrassed and stood in the middle of the room, fumbling nervously with his hat. "This is a most extraordinary case," he stammered at last. "Quite incomprehensible." "You think so, Mr. Lestrade?" Gregson cried mockingly. "I thought you would come to that conclusion. Have you found his secretary, Mr. Stangerson, yet?" "The secretary, Joseph Stangerson," Lestrade said with grim solemnity, "was murdered at the Hallidays' private hotel this morning at about 6 o'clock. Chapter 7. Epilogue. On the following Thursday, we were to appear as witnesses at the trial, but when the appointed day arrived, Our testimony was no longer required. A higher and more righteous judge had taken the case of Jefferson Hope into his own hands. On the night following his arrest, his condition worsened, and in the morning he was found lying on the floor of his cell, devoid of life. His face was peaceful, and a happy smile lingered upon his lips, as if in the final moment of a life filled with toil and strife, he had clearly realized that his long-sought goal was achieved. Lestrade and Gregson will be terribly vexed by his death, Holmes remarked the next day, as we discussed the turn of events. There goes their finest advertisement. I don't see that they had much to do with the actual resolution of the case. I replied, What you do in this world is a matter of no consequence, Holmes said bitterly. The only thing that matters is what you can make people believe you have done. But, be that as it may, I should have been sorry to miss this case. I have never encountered one more interesting or instructive, despite its simplicity. Its simplicity! I exclaimed involuntarily. Good heavens, yes, it was quite simple, Holmes said, laughing at my astonishment. The proof lies in the fact that, by a chain of very elementary reasoning, I was able to lay my hands on the criminal within 3 days of the crime. That is true, I admitted. I have already explained to you that if a problem lies outside the ordinary path, it does not make it harder to solve. On the contrary, it makes it much easier. In such cases, we must proceed by the rules of contradiction. It seems so plain and clear, yet no one chooses to understand. This is because people are accustomed to making hasty conclusions and do not grasp the methods of others. For every 50 people who can build a synthetic conclusion, you'll find only one who reaches his goal through analysis. To be frank, I don't quite follow you, I said. I thought as much. Let me try to explain my thought more clearly. Imagine someone to whom you describe a long chain of facts. He will almost certainly tell you what the final result was. But if you present him only with the result, there are very few people who can reconstruct the facts that preceded it in their strict sequence. This latter method is what I call retrospective reasoning, or, to put another way, analytical reasoning. Now I understand, I said. Take our last case, for example. You knew only the result, and from that, you had to guess all the preceding facts. Now, try to grasp my method of investigation. Let's go back to the very beginning. You remember that as I walked toward the fateful house, I had no preconceived ideas. My first care was to examine the road, where, as I told you then, I clearly saw the tracks of a cab. I also explained that this cab could only have passed there that night. How did I know it was a hired hansom? Because private carriages have a much wider axle. A common hired cab leaves a track significantly narrower than that of an elegant private brougham. Well, there's the first fact gleaned from observation. Next, I walked carefully up the path, the clay soil which had faithfully preserved a multitude of footprints. You saw only a muddled mess of mud where my experience. I found a wealth of information. For a detective, the ability to read tracks left on the ground is of paramount importance. Yet this branch of police knowledge is shamefully neglected. I have always given it primary importance, and long practice has enriched my knowledge of all kinds of prints. Thanks to this, I easily distinguished the heavy tread of policemen, but right beside them, I noticed other tracks, the marks of 2 men who had entered the garden earlier. I knew this because in certain spots, their prints were entirely obliterated by the boots of the officers. Thus, I had 2 links in this mysterious chain. I knew that 2 strangers had visited the house that night, that one was tall, as proven by the length of his stride, and that the other was fashionably dressed, as I could tell by the narrow, elegant shape of his boots. Upon entering the house, I found confirmation of my theory. A fashionably dressed man, wearing exquisite boots, lay stretched upon the floor. Therefore the other, the tall man, had committed the murder, if indeed it was a murder. And truly, no wound was found on the body. Yet the expression of horror frozen on the dead man's face clearly showed that before he died, he knew exactly what end awaited him. People who die of a ruptured heart or some other sudden natural cause never bear such an expression. It occurred to me to smell the dead man's lips, and the sour, pungent odor immediately convinced me that he had been forced to swallow a terrible poison. The look of terror and hatred on his face confirmed my suspicion that he had taken the poison against his will. These were the conclusions I reached through the process of exclusion. For no other hypothesis could explain the given facts. Do not think such a theory is far-fetched. The idea of forcing someone to swallow poison does not often occur to the average mind, but it is not new in the history of crime. Those who study toxicology will well remember the Dalsky case in Odessa and the similar instance of lechery in Montpellier. For me, the most vital point was to discover the motive. It was glaringly obvious that robbery was not the object, for nothing had been taken. Was it a woman, or was he the victim of a political feud? I weighed these options, leaning away from the latter. Political assassins, once their deed is done, think only of flight. Here, the killer had acted with deliberate, rare sang-froid. He had lingered in the room, leaving traces of himself everywhere. Such action suggests a revenge for some deep personal wrong, not a political mandate. The inscription on the wall only confirmed my opinion. It was a mere blind to lead the police astray, a theory solidified by the discovery of the ring. Is it not clear that the ring was held before the victim's eyes to remind him of a woman they both knew? That is why I asked Gregson if he had telegraphed Cleveland regarding any particulars of Drebber's private life. If you recall my question, you will also remember that Gregson's answer was a flat negative. I then began a minute examination of the room. This confirmed my beliefs about the stranger's height. The length of his stride proved it once more. I also gathered other data. The Trichinopoly cigar and the extraordinary length of the killer's fingernails. Furthermore, given the total absence of any signs of a struggle, I concluded that the blood on the floor was a result of a violent nosebleed brought on by the killer's agitation. That it was his blood was evident, for the drops followed his tracks specifically. It followed that the man must be of a sanguine temperament, and I ventured to guess that he was a man with a florid face. Upon leaving the house, I set about correcting Gregson's oversights. I telegraphed the head of the Cleveland police, asking for details regarding Enoch Drebber's marriage. The reply was most illuminating. Drebber had sought police protection from an old rival named Jefferson Hope, who was currently in Europe. I now held all the threads of the web in my hands. It only remained to catch the weaver. One thing was certain. The man who entered the house with Drebber that night could only have been the driver of the cab. The marks left by the horse in the street showed it had been left unattended, wandering slightly. No sane man would commit a crime in front of a witness, like a hired driver. Therefore, the driver who brought Drebber entered with him. Furthermore, for a man hunting an enemy in a metropolis like London, the trade of a cabman is a perfect disguise. I resolved to find Jefferson Hope among the ranks of the drivers. I reasoned he would not abandon his post after the murder. To do so would draw immediate attention to a sudden change in lifestyle. To maintain his secret, he would have to continue his trade, at least for a time. Nor did I fear he would change his name. There was no need, as no one here knew him. This was when I struck upon the idea of employing the street Arabs to form a police force. I ordered them to visit every cab yard in turn to find Jefferson Hope. You remember how brilliantly they succeeded. As for Stan Jerson, I confess I did not foresee his death, which was impossible to prevent. But through his murder, I obtained the pills whose existence I had only suspected. You see now how these facts form a single, unbroken, and strictly logical chain. Magnificent! I cried in delight. You must not hide a talent that deserves worldwide fame. I tell you plainly, if you will not do it, I shall publish a full account of this case myself. As you please. But first, read this article. Sherlock Holmes said, handing me a newspaper. It was the latest issue of the Echo. The entire column was devoted to the Drebber and Stan Jerson murders. It ran as follows. The sudden death of the criminal has deprived the public of a sensational trial. It is possible that the finer details of this curious case will remain forever unknown. We have learned from reliable sources that the crime was one of revenge, rooted 20 years ago in a romantic cause involving both love and Mormonism. Both victims and the killer, Jefferson Hope, hail from Salt Lake City. This case has demonstrated the brilliant capabilities of our police force. Let it serve as a lesson to foreigners to settle their scores at home rather than choosing our capital as their stage. It is common knowledge that the chief credit belongs to two Scotland Yard officers, Mr. Gregson and Mr. Lestrade. Jefferson Hope was arrested in the rooms of a certain Sherlock Holmes, an amateur detective who has at times shown some insight. We do not doubt that with such masters to learn from, he may in time equal them in talent. We trust both officers will receive the well-earned rewards for their brilliant labors. There, Holmes said with a wry smile, what did I tell you? That is a result of our study in Scarlet, to get a testimonial for Gregson and Lestrade. Never mind, I said. I have it all in my journal, and the public shall know the truth. In the meantime, you must be content with the consciousness of success. As the Roman miser said, populus me sibilit, at mihi plaudo ipsi domi. Simul aci nummos contemplor in arca. Asterisk. A Study in Scarlet Part 2. The Country of the Saints Chapter I. On the great Alkali plain, in the central portion of North America, there lies a desolate and forbidding desert. For years, it served as a barrier that even civilization dared not cross. Hemmed in by the Sierra Nevada to one side and the Nebraska hills to the other, bordered by the Yellowstone River in the north and the Colorado in the west, this wasteland seems a realm of eternal solitude and silence. Yet, it is not a monotonous expanse. Jagged, dark mountains, capped with perpetual snow, give way to vast, somber plains. Here and there, swift, winding streams carve their paths to the barren, stony soil. Great plains stretch into the infinite distance. In winter, they are buried under snow, as if wrapped in a white shroud. In summer, they are gray with a thick layer of alkaline dust. But whether in winter or summer, a sense of inhospitable bleakness hangs over the land. It is a country of despair where no one dwells. From time to time, bands of nomads may cross these wilds in search of game, but even the bravest of them feel safe only when they leave these silent reaches behind and return to their camps. A lizard scuttling to the scrub, a hawk soar in the sky, or a grizzly bear lumbering among the rocks in search of food. These are the only true masters of this wilderness. There is no place on earth more melancholic than the southern slope of the Sierra Blanca. As far as the eye can see, the plain stretches away, flat and featureless, save for patches of salt that glisten like frost. On the horizon, the landscape is framed by a long chain of grim, gray peaks, their summits white with snow. No sign of life breaks the stillness. No bird cuts through the dark azure of the sky. No animal moves across the ashen ground. Silence reigns supreme, an absolute, unshakable silence. Listen, and you will hear nothing. This profound stillness of the desert brings a sense of dread and strikes a chill to the heart. And yet, it cannot be said that the land is entirely devoid of traces of the living. If you look closely from the heights of the Sierra Blanca, you will see a narrow trail winding through the wasteland until it vanishes in the distance. Countless wheels have scarred this path, and many wanderers have followed it. Here and there, white objects gleam against the gray earth. Draw closer, and you will see what they are. Bones. Some are large and heavy, others fine and small. They are the remains of oxen and of men. These bleached fragments mark the long, grim highway where the great caravans once passed. On the 4th of May, 1847, a solitary traveler stood upon a hilltop, surveying this dismal scene. One might have wondered if he were the guardian spirit or the demon of this waste. Looking at him, it was difficult to tell his age. He might have been 40. He might have been 60. His face was gaunt and drawn, the yellow skin stretched tight over the bone like old parchment. Streaks of white ran through his dark hair and his thick, tangled beard. His sunken eyes burned with an unnatural fire, and the hand that gripped his rifle was so withered it resembled the claw of a skeleton. He leaned upon his weapon, yet despite his terrible emaciation, his figure still spoke of strength and resolve. his face in his tattered clothes, hanging loosely on his frame, told a silent story. This man was dying of hunger and of thirst. With a heavy, faltering step, he descended into the plain. With even greater effort, he scaled a neighboring crag, hoping, alas, in vain, to catch some glimpse of water, that one thing he craved above all else. But as far as his eyes could reach, there was neither tree nor shrub, nothing to suggest the presence of a spring or even a marsh. Everywhere lay the boundless Alkali desert, ringed by a chain of dark, forbidding mountains. In this wilderness, every hope of rescue seemed to perish. The traveler realized that his end had come, that his journey was over, and that here, upon this barren rock, he had nothing left to do but die. And why not? He whispered, sinking to the ground in the shadow of a towering cliff. Here or at home in my own bed, what does it matter now? He cast aside his rifle and the heavy burden he had carried until this moment. This load consisted of a large bundle, wrapped in a gray cloth, far too heavy for his failing strength. As it hit the ground, a plaintive cry escaped the bundle, and from the gray folds emerged a child's face with large, frightened eyes. Two small hands clenched each other convulsively. "You hurt me," a tiny voice said reproachfully. "Did I?" the stranger asked awkwardly. "I did not mean to, little one." As he spoke, he unwound a gray shawl in which the girl was wrapped and tossed it aside. The child appeared to be about 5 years old. Her dainty shoes, her fine pink dress, and her white pinafore suggested that her mother had been a woman of means. The girl was very pale, but her plump arms and sturdy frame showed that she had suffered less than her companion. "Does it still hurt?" he asked with concern, seeing that she continued to rub her head, which was covered in bright, silky curls. "Kiss it, and it will be well," she answered solemnly. "Mother always did that." "Where is Mother?" "Mother has gone," he replied, "but I think you will be following her very soon." "Gone? How strange. She didn't say goodbye to me." "She always said goodbye, even when she went to Annie's for tea, and now it has been 3 days and she isn't back. But I am so thirsty. Tell me, is there no water here and nothing to eat?" "Alas, no, my dear. Have just a little more patience, and soon you will want for nothing. Lay your head here against me. It will be better so. It is hard to speak when one's lips are parched and the throat is tight, but I think it is best that I tell you how things stand. But what is that in your hand?" "Oh, these are such pretty things," the child cried, joyfully holding up 2 fragments of mica that glittered in the sun like diamonds. "When we go home, I shall give them to little brother Bob." "Wait a little, and you will see things much finer than those," the man muttered. "But let me speak. Do you remember when we left the river?" "Oh, yes." "Well, we hoped to find another spring, but we made a mistake. I don't know what was to blame, the compass or the map, but I know for certain we found no water. What we carried with us is all gone, save for a few drops I am keeping for you." And then, the girl interrupted, fixing her grave eyes on her companion's dust-covered face. "You will have nothing to wash with." "Yes, and nothing to drink. First, Bender died of thirst. Then it was Indian Pete. Then Mrs. McGregor and Jenny Hope. And finally, my dear, your mother." "What? Mother is dead, too," the girl shrieked, and covering her face with her pinafore, she burst into a fit of sobbing. "Yes, they are all gone, except for you and me. I thought that perhaps I might find water here. I took you in my arms and pushed on at a venture. I see now that it was useless, and that for us there is no hope left." "Do you mean that we're going to die, too?" the child asked, lifting her tear-stained face to her companion. "I fear that is all that is left for us," he answered. "Why didn't you say so before?" she said, breaking into a happy smile. "You frighten me. But if we die, we shall be with Mother again, shan't we?" "Yes, my dear, you will be with her. And you, too. And I'll tell her how good you've been to me. I'm sure she'll meet us at the door of heaven with a big jug of water and lots of buckwheat cakes, nice and hot, just like Bob and I used to like. Will we have to wait long?" "I don't know. Not very long, I expect. The stranger fixed his eyes on the northern horizon, against the clear blue of the sky. He could see 3 dark specks, growing rapidly as they drew nearer. They were 3 great birds of prey, circling above the travelers before finally settling on a nearby crag. They were vultures, the harbingers of death. "Look, chickens!" the girl cried joyfully, clapping her hands to scare them away. "Tell me, who made this desert? Did God make it?" "God made it, surely," he replied, somewhat taken aback by the question. "No, he didn't," the child continued. "He made Illinois and Missouri. I think someone else must have made this place. It isn't nearly as good as the others. They forgot to put in the trees and the water. What if you were to say a little prayer?" her companion suggested timidly. "What do you think of that?" "But it isn't night time yet," the girl objected. "It doesn't matter. Even if it isn't the time, I am sure the good Lord won't mind. Say the prayers you used to say every night in the wagon, back when we were in the valley. Why can't you say them yourself?" the child asked, looking at him with surprise. "I've forgotten them," he answered. "Since I was no taller than this rifle, I haven't said a prayer, but I guess it's never too late to start. You say them, and I'll follow along." "Then you must kneel down beside me," she said, spreading her shawl on the ground. "And you must put your hands like this. It'll make you feel better right away." It was a strange sight, witnessed only by the vultures. The playful child and the weathered wanderer knelt together on the gray shawl. Her plump, innocent face was turned toward the sky alongside his, gaunt and haggard. These 2 beings, so different in every way, felt their hearts rise in unison toward the one with whom they now spoke face to face. 2 voices, one clear and silvery, the other harsh and broken, blended together, pleading for divine mercy. When the prayer was finished, they sat down again in the shadow of the rock until the child fell asleep, nestled against the protector's broad chest. For a time, he sat watching over her, but soon he, too, succumbed. For 3 days and nights he had known neither rest nor peace. His eyelids closed heavily over his weary eyes. His head sank upon his breast, and the dark streaks of his silvering beard mingled with the golden curls of the child. Both fell into the same deep, dreamless sleep. Had our traveler remained awake for but a few minutes longer, he would have witnessed a most extraordinary spectacle. On the far horizon of the Alkali desert, a tiny cloud of dust appeared. Light and barely perceptible at first, it gradually spread and thickened until it grew into a vast, dense bank that slowly rolled toward them. What could have caused such a cloud? In a more fertile land, one might imagine a stampeding herd of buffalo, but in this barren and desolate waste, such a thought was beyond reason. As the cloud drew nearer to the crag where the travelers lay, the silhouettes of armed horsemen could be discerned moving alongside large, canvas-covered wagons. It was a caravan heading eastward, but a caravan of monumental proportions. Its leading ranks had already reached the foot of the cliffs, while its rear was not yet visible on the horizon. This great multitude of riders and footmen, wagons and carts, stretched like a broad ribbon from one end of the desert to the other. Women staggered under heavy burdens. Children took unsteady steps or peered curiously from beneath the wagon tilts. It was clear that this was no ordinary caravan, but a people in migration, driven by some great misfortune to abandon their homes and seek new pastures for their flocks. The air grew thick with confused murmur of voices, punctuated by the creaking of wheels and the neighing of horses. Yet this tumult failed to reach the ears of the 2 unfortunate souls, sleeping their heavy sleep atop the rock. At the head of the column rode 20 horsemen, armed with rifles. Their faces were stern, and their skin was bronze of the color of their somber raiment. Upon reaching the cliffs, they halted and began to confer. "The wells lie to our right, brothers," said one. He was a man with a keen, steel-gray eye and thin, firm lips. His chin was clean-shaven, and his hair was shot with silver. "To the right of the Sierra Blanca, we shall strike the Rio Grande," another remarked. "Fear not that we shall be without water," cried a third. "He who brought water from the rock will not forsake his chosen people now." "Amen," they all responded. They were about to resume their march when one of them, the youngest and possessed of the sharpest sight, uttered an exclamation of surprise, pointing toward the rugged cliff that towered above them. High upon the rock, a small flutter of pink fabric waved gaily in the wind, casting a strange contrast against the monotonous gray of the desert. The caravan came to an instant halt. Men reached for their weapons, while other riders galloped forward from the main body to reinforce the vanguard. The dreaded word redskins was on every lip. "There cannot be many of them," said the elder, who seemed to be their leader. "We have passed the country of the Pawnees, and we shall meet no other tribes until we cross the mountain range." "Shall I go forward to scout Brother Stan Jerson?" asked one of the riders. "And I," several voices joined in. "Leave your horses here. We shall wait for you," the leader commanded. In an instant, the young men dismounted, tethered their horses, and began to scale the sheer face of the cliff where the fragment of pink cloth had so intrigued them. They climbed the barren stones with the agility of men accustomed to peril. Those below watched as they leaped from ledge to ledge, climbing higher and higher until they vanished behind the final outcrop, etched sharply against the azure sky. The young man who had first volunteered led the way. His companions saw him reach the summit, then suddenly stop and raise his hand in astonishment. They hurried to join him and, in their turn, stood rooted to the spot at the sight that lay before their eyes. Upon the little plateau that crowned the cliff stood a massive boulder. In its lee lay a man, sprawled at full length, despite his skeletal thinness. He was a man of powerful build, with a long, tangled beard. His serene face and regular breathing told of profound sleep. Around his rugged, muscular neck were twined two plump, white arms of a child, who slept with her golden head pressed tight against his breast. The child's rosy lips, parted in a slumbering smile, revealed a row of ivory-white teeth. Her tiny, rounded legs were clad in short white stockings and neat shoes with shining buckles. The delicate face of the sleeping girl offered a strange contrast to the haggard features of her companion. Not far from them, perched solemnly upon a jagged point of rock, sat three enormous birds. At the sight of the approaching men, they uttered harsh cries of disappointment and, flapping their heavy wings, soared away. The shriek of the birds startled the sleepers. They sprang up, glancing around in bewilderment at the circle of strangers. The man cast a rapid look over the plain, so silent and deserted but a moment ago, and now swarming with a vast multitude of men and wagons. A look of disbelief crossed his face, and he passed a bony hand over his eyes. "The hallucinations have begun at last," he whispered. The little girl stood beside him, clutching a fold of his gown, watching the scene with eyes full of naive curiosity. The newcomers soon convinced the two wanderers that they were no phantom of the mind. One of them lifted the girl and set her upon his shoulder, while two others took the man by the arms to help him down toward the wagons. "My name is John Ferrier," he said. "There were 20 of us in the emigrant train. Only I and this child are left. The others all died of hunger and thirst away there to the north." "Is she your daughter?" asked one of the riders. "I reckon I've earned the right to call her so," he answered defiantly. "She is mine because I saved her, and no one will ever come to claim her. From this day on, her name is Lucy Ferrier. Who are you?" he added, looking with curiosity at his rescuers, whose strong faces were deeply bronzed by the sun. "There are so many of you." "We are near 10,000, answered one of the younger men. "We are the persecuted children of God, the chosen of the angel Moroni." "I never heard of him," said the wanderer. "But looking at your numbers, it seems he knows how to look after his own." "Mock not that which is sacred," another said sternly. "We are the believers in the Holy Scriptures, carved in Egyptian letters upon plates of beaten gold, delivered to the holy Joseph Smith at Palmyra. We come from Nauvoo in Illinois, where we shall build our temple. We flee from the hand of the unrighteous and the slanderer, to find a refuge even if it be in the heart of the wilderness." The name of Nauvoo seemed to strike a chord in John Ferrier's memory. "I know who you are now," he said. "You are the Mormons." "We are the Mormons," they answered as one. "And where are you bound?" "We know not," The hand of God leads us through the mouth of our prophet. You must stand before him, for he alone shall decide your fate." By this time, they had reached the foot of the cliff. They were surrounded by women with pale, earnest faces, by laughing, healthy children, and by men whose expressions were marked by gravity and resolve. From all sides came cries of pity and wonder at the sight of the two outcasts, the one so young, the other so wretched in appearance. Encircled by the great migration, Ferrier and Lucy were led forward. At last, they were brought before a wagon of extraordinary size and luxury. It was drawn by 6 horses, while the others had but 2 or 4. Beside the driver sat a man who appeared no more than 30 years of age. Yet his noble head, his powerful frame, and his commanding air clearly marked him as a leader. Seeing the crowd approach, he closed a small leather-bound book he had been reading, set aside, and listened intently to the story. Then he turned to the 2 travelers. "We can take you with us," he said, "only on the condition that you cast your lot with ours forever, that you embrace the faith by which we live. We cannot have wolves within the fold. Better that your bones should bleach upon this trail, than that you should be a rotten fruit to spoil the whole basket. Do you accept these terms to remain among us? You know well enough that I'd agree to anything for a chance to live." Ferrier cried, with such conviction that the elders, for all their sternness, could not suppress a smile. Only the leader remained grave. "Take him, Brother Stangerson," he said. "Give him and the child food and drink, and I charge you to instruct him in our holy dogmas. And now forward to Zion." "To Zion!" shouted the multitude, and the word rolled down the line of the caravan like a breaking wave, growing fainter and fainter until it died away in the distance. The crack of whips and the creak of wheels rose again as the vast assembly of men and beasts moved on, like a giant serpent uncoiling itself across the desert. The man entrusted with the 2 survivors led them to his wagon, where a meal and water awaited them. "This shall be your home," their host told them. "In a few days you will find your strength again. Until then, remember only that you are now one of us. Brigham Young has spoken. He speaks with the voice of Joseph Smith, and the voice of Smith is the voice of God." Chapter 2. The Flower of Utah. We shall not dwell upon the many hardships and privations that the Mormons endured before they reached their journey's end. From the banks of the Mississippi to the slopes of the Rocky Mountains, they struggled against every obstacle with an energy that has few parallels in history. It was this very endurance, the hallmark of the Anglo-Saxon race, that allowed them to overcome hunger, thirst, disease, and fatigue. All the barriers that nature seemed to have placed in their path were swept aside. Yet these endless trials shook even the stoutest hearts. Thus, when at last they looked down upon the sun-drenched, emerald-green plains of Utah, stretching at their feet, every soul, from the eldest to the youngest, fell upon their knees in a fervor of gratitude. This was the land their leader had promised them, a virgin soil that was to be their own forever. Brigham Young soon proved himself to be as fine an administrator as he was a resolute leader. Maps and plans were swiftly drawn, and the site of a new city was marked out, surrounding it with farms, allotted to each man according to his rank and means. Merchants turned to their trade, and craftsmen to their labor. In the city, streets and squares appeared as if by magic. In the countryside, fences were raised, stumps uprooted, and fields plowed with such speed that by the following summer, the valley was a patchwork of waving grain. Everything thrived in this singular colony. In the heart of the city, the foundations of a great temple were laid, its walls rising higher with each passing day. From dawn until late into night, the sound of the hammer and the rasp of the saw never ceased around this monument to the one who had guided them safely through so many perils. Our 2 travelers, John Ferrier and Lucy, whom everyone had come to regard as his daughter, remained with the Mormons until the very end of the expedition. Little Lucy had been placed in Stangerson's comfortable wagon, in the company of 3 women and his son, a lad of 12, who was already as bold and agile as any man. The girl soon recovered from the blow of her mother's death. At that age, sorrow is quickly mended, and became the darling of the women. With remarkable ease, she grew accustomed to this wandering home with its canvas roof. Ferrier, for his part, regained his strength rapidly and proved himself a useful comrade and a tireless, unerring marksman. By this, he earned the deep respect and goodwill of the Mormons. When they finally arrived in the Promised Land, Ferrier was granted, by common consent, one of the largest and most fertile tract of land, surpassed only by the holdings of Young himself and the 4 chief elders, Stangerson, Kemble, Johnston, and Drebber. On his new land, John Ferrier first built a simple, sturdy cabin. Year after year, he enlarged and adorned it until it was transformed into a beautiful villa. He was a man of practical mind, foresight, and great skill. His iron constitution allowed him to work from sunrise to sunset. He tended his land with such care and knowledge that his crops flourished as if by the touch of a magician's wand. After 3 years, he stood apart from his neighbors in prosperity. After 6, he was a wealthy man, and by the 12th year, there were no more than 5 or 6 men in all of Salt Lake City as rich as he. From the shores of the Great Salt Lake to the distant Wasatch Mountains, his name was known and held in high esteem. Yet, there remained one highly delicate point in his relations with his fellow believers. Neither persuasion nor counsel could shake his stubbornness. He would not, under any circumstances, consent to set up a harem. He offered no explanations, simply standing his ground with unyielding firmness. Some accused him of a lukewarm devotion to the new faith. Others hinted at miserliness, suggesting he avoided marriage to escape the added expense. Still others whispered an old tale of a fair-haired girl by a distant sea, who had died of a broken heart when they were torn asunder. But whatever the reason, Ferrier remained a bachelor. In all other matters of the Mormon creed, however, he was a model of strict and faithful observance, eventually gaining a reputation for being a man of stolid and resolute orthodoxy. Lucy Ferrier grew up in her adoptive father's cabin, a constant witness to his labors and ambitions. The bracing mountain air and the balsamic scent of the pines stood in place of a mother's tender care. Year by year she blossomed. Her cheeks grew fresh and bright, and her step gained a light, elastic grace. More than once, a wayfarer passing the farm would feel his old heart stir with long-forgotten emotions at the sight of her. Her lovely silhouette was equally graceful whether she was wandering through fields or controlling a headstrong, half-broken horse with the effortless skill of a true daughter of the West. She was like a beautiful, budding flower, and by the time her father was ranked among the wealthiest farmers in the land, she had become as enchanting and sought-after a maiden as any in the American West. Old Ferrier was far from the first to notice that the child had become a woman. Indeed, that is the fate of all fathers. Such a change is rarely noticed in a single moment, for a woman's growth is subtle and gradual. Even the girls themselves seldom realize it until a sudden tremor in a voice or a lingering touch of a hand reveals that the time has come for deeper feelings to awaken in the young heart. This realization brings a touch of fear. Yet what a sweet pride they feel in that same hour. Almost every woman can tell you the exact day when some small, perhaps insignificant event first lit the rays of a new dawn before her eyes. So it was in the life of Lucy Ferrier. There came such a day, one that was to bring heavy consequences for her and for many others. On a warm July day, those who called themselves the laborers of the last hour were as busy as bees. The fields and streets hummed with the ceaseless din of industry. Along the dusty road stretched long lines of heavily laden mules, heading westward, for the gold fever was already sweeping through California. Now and then, herds of sheep or cattle would be driven past from one pasture to another, or a weary caravan would crawl by. The men and horses in these trains, exhausted by their long journey, looked wretched and spent to the last degree. Lucy Ferrier was picking her way through this motley throng on horseback, maneuvering between wagons and travelers with practiced ease. Her face was flushed from the ride, and her long, silky hair fluttered freely in the wind. Her father had sent her into the city on an errand, as he often did, and she hurried along with the light-heartedness of youth, thinking only of her task and how best to perform it. Travelers, both mounted and on foot, turned to watch her in admiration, and even the stoic, indifferent Indians seemed to brighten for a moment, captivated by the sight of this lovely daughter of the pale faces. Just as she reached the outskirts of the town, Lucy found the road blocked by a vast herd of cattle, driven by a few wild-looking stockmen. Impatient to reach her destination, she chose to push through the throng, boldly steering her horse into a narrow opening between the animals. But in an instant, the herd closed in. The young girl found herself hemmed in on every side, swept along by a living, surging river of horned beasts. Accustomed to handling livestock, she did not lose her nerve. Whenever she saw a gap, she urged her horse forward, hoping to thread her way to the other side. But by chance or sudden fury, a great ox lunged, its sharp horns piercing her horse's flank. Terrified and stung by pain, the animal reared and plunged with such violence that only the girl's superb horsemanship kept her in the saddle. Her position was perilous in the extreme. With every frantic bound, the horse struck against the horns of the cattle, and each new sting drove it to further madness. Lucy clung on with all her strength, knowing well that a fall meant a ghastly death, to be trampled into the dust by 1,000 hooves. Her head began to swim. Her grip on the rein slackened. The pungent reek of the sweating herd choked her, and clouds of dust blinded her eyes. She was on the verge of surrendering to her fate when a ringing, encouraging voice reached her ears. At that same moment, a brown, sinewy hand gripped her horse's bridle, mastered the frightened beast, and forced a way out of the press. "I hope you are not hurt," her rescuer asked respectfully. She gazed for a moment at his dark, energetic face and laughed breathlessly. "Oh, I was terribly frightened. To think that a few dozen cows could be so terrifying. Thank heaven you kept your seat," the young man said gravely. He was a tall, savage-looking young fellow, mounted on a powerful steed and clad in the rough garb of a hunter, with a long rifle slung across his back. "I'll wager you are John Ferrier's daughter," he said. "I saw you ride out from his gate. When you get home, ask him if he remembers Jefferson Hope of St. Louis. My father and he were close friends in the old days. Would you not rather ask him yourself?" the girl suggested. The young man's eyes lighted up at her words. "I should be proud to," he answered, "but we've been in the mountains these 2 months and are hardly in visiting dress. Ferrier must take me as I am." "Oh, he will," Lucy cried. "He is devoted to me. If it hadn't been for you, those horrid cows would have trampled me to death, and he would never have got over it." "Nor I, either," the hunter remarked. "You? I didn't know it would matter to you. You aren't even one of our friends." The traveler's face clouded so deeply at this that Lucy burst into a merry peal of laughter. There, I didn't mean that. Of course you are a friend now. You must come and see us. I must go on to the city now, or my father will never trust me with an errand again. Goodbye." "Goodbye," he answered, lifting his broad-brimmed hat and bowing over the small hand she held out to him. Lucy wheeled her horse, gave it a touch of the whip, and dashed away like a streak of light, leaving a cloud of dust behind her. Young Jefferson Hope continued on with the companions, but he had grown somber and silent. They had been prospecting in the Nevada mountains and, lacking the capital to work their claims, had come to Salt Lake City hoping to find investors. Until that hour, Jefferson Hope's heart had been set on gold, but a single event had turned his thoughts into a new channel. The sight of this girl, as fresh and bright as the breeze that stirs the Sierra pines, had stirred his wild, passionate nature to its depths. Watching her ride away, he knew that his life had changed. Neither gold mines nor anything else in the world could now rival the new and powerful emotion that had seized his soul. He was no boy to be swayed by a passing fancy. He was a man of iron will and fierce character. He was used to commanding, used to overcoming every obstacle in his path, and the feeling he now possessed was a stormy, deep, and unbridled passion. Whatever he had undertaken in life, he had achieved, and now, in the silence of his heart, he vowed that no barrier should stand between him and this new, beautiful goal. He would give his life to win her. That very evening, Jefferson Hope made his first visit to John Ferrier. From that day on, he became a frequent guest until he was a familiar figure at the farmhouse. John Ferrier, having lived apart from the world for 12 years, was captivated by Hope's tales of life beyond the mountains. Lucy shared her father's fascination. They learned that their guest had been a pioneer in California, a hunter of beasts and of men, a scout and a silver seeker. Wherever there was danger or adventure, Jefferson Hope had been there. He soon became a favorite of John Ferrier, who praised his courage and character without end. Young Lucy said little, but her flushing cheeks and sparkling eyes told plainly enough that her heart was no longer her own. Her good-natured father might have missed these signs, but the man she loved saw them and understood. One beautiful summer evening, Jefferson rode up to the gate of the Ferrier farm. Tethering his horse, he walked up the path to meet Lucy, who had seen him coming from afar. "I am going away, Lucy," he said, taking her hands in his and looking tenderly into her eyes. "I won't ask you to come with me now, but when I return, will you be ready to go with me?" "And when will you return?" she asked, blushing and smiling up at him. "In 2 months at the latest, my darling. Then I shall claim you as my own. Who is there to part us? And my father? He has given his consent, provided my claims turn out well. As to that, I have no fear." "Oh, if you and father have settled it, there is nothing more for me to say," she whispered, leaning her head against his broad chest. "Thank God," he cried, leaning down to kiss her. "It is settled, then. The longer I stay, the harder it is to go. My comrades are waiting for me in the canyon. Goodbye, my love. In 2 months we shall meet again." He tore himself away, sprang into his saddle, and galloped off like the wind, not daring to look back, lest one more sight of her should shake his resolve. The young girl leaned against the gate, her eyes following him until he vanished from sight. Then she turned slowly back toward the house. In that hour, she was the happiest soul in all of Utah. A Study in Scarlet Part 2. Chapter 3. John Ferrier Talks with the Prophet. 3 weeks had passed since Jefferson Hope's departure. John Ferrier's heart grew heavy at the thought of the young man's return, for that day, alas, would also be the day his daughter Lucy would leave her childhood home. Yet, seeing her radiant and happy face, the old man stifled his grief, seeking solace in her joy. Long ago, he had sworn to himself that no matter the cost, he would never allow his daughter to marry a Mormon. He looked upon such a union not as a marriage, but as a shame and a tragedy. Yet he kept these thoughts buried in the deepest recesses of his heart. In the country of the saints, it was a perilous thing to speak against the faith. Yes, it was dangerous. So dangerous that even the most devout dared not whisper their private thoughts, fearing a stray word might be misconstrued and bring swift punishment. The once persecuted had become the persecutors, and ruthless ones at that. Neither the Spanish Inquisition nor the secret societies of Italy, with all their dark intrigues, had ever held Europe in such a grip of terror as that which now loomed over Utah. The organization was invisible and mysterious, which only made it more formidable. It seemed both omniscient and omnipotent. A man who attempted to defy their law would simply vanish one day, vanish forever. No one would ever hear of him again. His wife and children might wait in vain for his return. He would never come, nor could he ever tell the secret tribunal that had sealed his fate. For a single careless word, for one thoughtless act, this retribution could strike. A person could be erased by an awful, unseen power in a manner no one could comprehend. Little wonder, then, that people lived in constant dread, afraid even to whisper the doubts that tormented their souls. Initially, this dark authority hunted only rebels, those who had embraced Mormonism but then tried to change or abandon it. But soon, the number of victims grew. The population of adult women in the colony had dwindled, and this scarcity threatened the practice of polygamy, which the Mormon faith held as mandatory. Soon, strange rumors began to circulate. In regions where Indians were nowhere to be found, unknown marauders would plunder entire settlements, leaving the men dead. Meanwhile, in the harems of the elders, new women would appear, broken by grief and tears, their faces masked to the horrors they had endured. Travelers returning from the mountains spoke of seeing armed, masked figures moving through the midnight shadows. These accounts and many other suspicions slowly painted a grim picture, until everyone understood the truth. To mention the Danites, or the Avenging Angels, on even the most remote farm was to strike a chord of uncontrollable terror in the hearts of the listeners. As the people realized the sheer scale of this organization's power, their fear only intensified. No one knew who belonged to this relentless society. Their names, their numbers, and the identities of those who aided their crimes and murders were shrouded in absolute mystery. A man could not even trust his friend. How could he share his doubts or his fears regarding the prophet and his mission, when that very friend might be an agent of the secret society, waiting to carry out a higher command? Such a man might come under the cover of night, armed with fire and steel, to deliver a judgment that was as swift as it was merciless. Neighbors ceased to trust one another, and no one dared exchange a single word regarding the dangerous question that haunted them all. Early one morning, as John Ferrier was preparing to head out for his usual round of the fields, he heard the click of his gate latch. Looking up, he saw a middle-aged man with sandy hair and an imposing presence walking up the path toward the house. Ferrier's heart skipped a beat as he recognized a visitor. It was the renowned Brigham Young himself, filled with a heavy sense of foreboding. For such a visit could bode no good. Ferrier went out to meet his guest and bowed low in respect. But the great leader of the Mormons received these honors with chilling coldness. He followed the master of the house into the parlor, his face set in a grim and forbidding expression. "Brother Ferrier," the prophet began, taking a seat and peering through his long, colorless lashes with a piercing gaze. "The true believers, I trust, have been good to you. We found you dying of hunger and thirst in the wilderness. We shared our bread with you. We brought you, safe and sound, to the promised land. We bestowed upon you fertile soil and allowed you to amass a fortune under our protection. Is this not so?" "It is all true," John Ferrier replied. "And what did we ask in return? Only one thing, that you embrace our faith with all its laws and ordinances. You promised this. Yet, if the rumors reaching me are true, you have failed to keep that word." "But how have I failed?" Ferrier cried, raising his hands toward heaven. "Have I not contributed my share to the common fund? Do I not attend the temple faithfully? Do I not—" "Where are your wives?" Young interrupted, casting an inquisitive glance around the room. "Call them forth, that I may greet them." "It is true, I have not married," Ferrier answered, "but women are few among us, and many of the brethren have a greater claim to them than I. Besides, I am not alone. I have my daughter. It is of her that I wish to speak," the Mormon leader continued. "She has grown in strength and beauty, becoming the fairest flower in all of Utah. Many of our finest men have cast their eyes upon her." John Ferrier suppressed a heavy sigh. "There are rumors about her. Rumors I should loathe to believe. They say she is betrothed to some Gentile. I trust this is but idle gossip, for the 19th commandment of the law of the blessed Joseph Smith states, 'Every daughter of the true faith shall become the wife of one of the elect.' For if she chooses a Gentile for a husband, she commits a sin beyond atonement. Thus you see, as one who belongs to the faith, it is unthinkable for you to allow your own daughter to fall into such transgression." John Ferrier remained silent, his hand nervously tightening around the handle of his long hunting crop. "And so, an opportunity has arisen to put your faith to the test. It has been so decided by the sacred council of the four. Your daughter is young, and we do not wish to see her wed to some gray-bearded elder. Therefore, we have decided to grant her a measure of choice. Each of the elders already has a sizable flock, but our children must also be provided for. Stangerson and Drebber each have a grown son. At the hearth of either, your daughter would find happiness. Let her choose between the two. Both are young, both are wealthy, and both are true believers. What is your answer to this?" Ferrier sat with knitted brows, silent for several minutes. "Give us a little time to think," he said at last. "My daughter is so young, I had not yet turned my thoughts toward her marriage." "I grant you 1 month to reflect," Young said, rising from his chair. But as soon as the time has passed, she must give us her answer. He had reached the threshold when he suddenly stopped and looked back. His face twisted into a fierce expression, and his eyes flashed with cold fire. If you, Ferrier, or your daughter should attempt, feeble as you are, to defy the will of the Holy Four, it would have been better for you had your bones been left to bleach along the trail in the salt desert. With a threatening wave of his hand, he departed. The fine gravel of the path crunched sharply under his heavy tread. Ferrier remained where he sat, head buried in his hands, wondering how he could possibly break the news to his daughter. Suddenly, he felt a soft touch upon his shoulder. Looking up, he saw Lucy standing before him. From the look of terror upon her pale face, he knew she had heard everything. "I did not mean to listen," she whispered, answering his questioning look. His voice rang through the whole house. "Oh, Father, Father, what are we to do?" "Do not despair, my child," he said, drawing her close and stroking her silken curls with his broad, gnarled hand. "We shall find a way out. Your feelings for our absent traveler haven't changed, have they?" A sob was his only answer. "Yes, yes, I know your heart hasn't changed," he continued, "and I am glad of it. He's a fine lad and a true Christian, which is more than can be said for folk around here, for all their long sermons and holy posturing. Now, listen. Tomorrow a train leaves for Nevada. I'll see to it that a messenger finds him to tell him exactly what kind of trap we've fallen into. And if I know our friend at all, he'll be back here as fast as a telegram." At these words, Lucy managed a small smile through her tears. "Once he is here, he will show us the best way out," she said. "But I tremble for you, my dear father. The stories they tell those who cross the great prophet are so terrible. Some great misfortune always seems to find them. But we haven't crossed them yet," her father replied. "We still have time to steer clear the storm. We have a whole month ahead of us. Though, once that month is up, it might be best if we vanish from this beautiful land of Utah altogether." "Leave Utah? That is my wish. But what of the farm? We'll scrape together as much coin as we can, and then we fly and leave the rest behind. To tell you the truth, Lucy, this hasn't been the first time the thought has crossed my mind. I don't much care for being played with like a puppet, which is what this wretched prophet does to everyone here. I am a free-born son of America, and all this sits heavy on me. I'm too old to learn their antics now, and if that old man thinks of looking on me again, he risks a taste of my buckshot." "But they won't let us leave," the girl noted. "We'll wait for Jefferson. He'll think of something. Until then, keep your chin up, my little one, and don't let him find you with red eyes when he returns. I'd hate to have to answer to him for that. Nothing terrible has happened yet, and there is no danger, not just yet." But despite these encouraging words, spoken with an air of calm, the girl could not help but notice how carefully her father bolted the doors at night before going to bed. Not satisfied with that, he took down the old rifle that hung in his room, cleaning it thoroughly before sliding a heavy charge into the breach. Part 2, Chapter 4, The Flight. On the morning following the prophet's visit, John Ferrier rode into Salt Lake City. There, he found a trusted friend who was bound for Nevada and placed in his hands a letter for Jefferson Hope. In it, he laid bare the terrible danger that overshadowed him and implored the young man to return with all haste. Having done this, Ferrier felt a great weight lift from his chest, and he made his way home with a lighter heart. However, as he approached his farmhouse, he was startled to find 2 horses tethered to his gate. His surprise turned to indignation when, upon entering the parlor, he found 2 young men awaiting him. One, a long-faced, pale youth, lay sprawled in the easy chair with his boots resting on the fender of the hearth. The other, a bull-necked fellow with coarse features, sat perched on the window-sill, hands deep in his pockets, whistling a tune. Both greeted Ferrier with a curt nod, and the one in the chair opened the conversation. "You may not know us," he began. "My companion is the son of Elder Drebber, and I am Joseph Stangerson. We both traveled with you through the wilderness, back when the Lord saw fit to stretch forth his hand and gather you into the chosen flock of the faithful, as he may yet do for the people of all nations, bringing them into one fold," the other added in a nasal drawl. "The mills of God grind slowly, but they grind exceeding small." John Ferrier bowed coldly. He knew exactly who these men were and what this visit portended. "We have come," Stan Jerson continued, "with the blessing of our fathers, to ask for your daughter's hand. You and she must choose between us. Now, seeing as I have but 4 wives, while Drebber here already has 7, it seems to me that my claim is the stronger, and my offer should be more favorably received." "Nay, nay, Brother Stan Jerson," the other cried. "It is not a matter of how many women we have, but of how many we can provide for. My father has signed his mills over to me, and I am the wealthier man. But my prospects are far brighter than yours," Stan Jerson countered hotly. "When the Lord calls my father home, I shall inherit his tannery and his estate. Furthermore, I am your senior, and I hold a higher office in the church." "Let the young woman decide for herself," Drebber said, catching his own reflection in the mirror with a look of visible satisfaction. "We shall await her word." Throughout this dialogue, John Ferrier stood by the door, his blood boiling with a silent, murderous fury. It took every ounce of his will to keep from breaking his riding whip over the backs of his guests. "Listen to me, and listen well," he said at last, taking 2 strides toward them. "When my daughter herself invites you, I will be willing to receive you in my house. But until that day comes, turn your backs and be gone, and see to it I never set eyes on you again." Both young Mormons sprang to their feet, utterly stunned. They had been convinced they were doing both father and daughter the highest honor by bringing their rivalry to this doorstep. "There are 2 ways out of this room," Ferrier thundered. "Through the window or through the door. Take your pick." His weathered face was so fierce and his bony hands so menacing that the visitors judged it wise to make a swift retreat. The old farmer followed them all the way to the gate. "When you finish your squabbling and come to an agreement, do let me know which of you is to be my son-in-law," he called after them in mockery. "You shall pay dearly for this." Stan Jerson cried, his face white with rage. "You have defied the prophet and the council of the 4. You shall repent this to the end of your days. You shall repent. The hand of the Lord shall fall heavy upon you," Drebber added. "He shall rise up to smite you. Then I'll take my payment in advance." Ferrier bellowed, pushed past his breaking point. He lunged for his wall piece. But Lucy rushed from the house, catching his arm and pulling him back inside. The old man struggled to free himself, but in that moment, the frantic gallop of retreating horses reached his ears. He realized his targets were already out of range. "Scoundrels! Hypocrites!" John gasped, wiping the heavy beads of sweat from his forehead. "I would sooner see you dead, my child, than the wife of either of them." "And I am of the same mind," she answered calmly. "But Jefferson will be here soon." "Yes, I pray he is, and the sooner the better, for there is no telling what devilry they may conjure up now." Indeed, it was high time for someone capable of offering counsel and strength to come to the aid of the old farmer and his daughter. Since the very founding of the City of the Saints, no one had ever dared to stand so openly against the expressed will of the elders. If they punished the smallest slights so ruthlessly, what would they do in the face of such a blatant rebellion? Neither wealth, nor standing, nor the respect of the community could shield the guilty. Many others, far richer and more influential, had vanished from the face of the earth in a single night, their property falling into the hands of the church. Despite his courage, the danger hanging over Ferrier's head filled him with a cold dread. He was ready to face any visible, tangible enemy, but this uncertainty was driving him to the brink. Not wishing to terrify Lucy, he maintained an air of calm indifference in her presence. But with the intuition of a devoted daughter, she saw clearly through his mask of composure. Ferrier expected some messenger or letter from Brigham Young, and he was not mistaken, though he never could have guessed the method the prophet would employ. Upon waking the following morning, he was struck with absolute amazement to find, pinned to his very bedclothes across his chest, a small scrap of paper. On it, In bold block letters were the words, 29 days are left to you for your decision, and then this warning was more terrifying than any open threat. How had that paper reached his chest and the house bolted from within? This was what haunted and intrigued Ferrier most. His servants slept in separate quarters, and every door and window had been secured with heavy iron bars. He tore the note into tiny fragments and said nothing of it to his daughter, but the incident chilled his very soul. The 29 days mentioned were clearly the month Young had granted him. What strength, what bravery could prevail against such a powerful enemy, one who commanded such mysterious means? The hand that had penned that note could just as easily have driven a blade into his heart, and no one would have ever known whose hand it was. The next day brought a fresh, even more unnerving blow. He and Lucy had just sat down at dinner when the girl gave a sharp cry and pointed toward the ceiling. There, in the very center of the plaster, the number 28 had been scrawled in charcoal. Lucy did not understand its meaning, but Ferrier had not slept a wink the night before, sitting on guard with his rifle across his knees. Despite his vigilance, though he had seen and heard nothing, a giant 27 appeared the next morning on the inside of his bedroom door. Day after day, the pattern repeated. Every morning, Ferrier found that his invisible enemies were keeping a meticulous and relentless count of his days of grace. Sometimes the fatal numbers appeared on the walls or the floor. Other times, he found small notes left on the porch or pasted to the garden gate. Despite his constant watchfulness, the old man could never fathom where these daily warnings came from. The sight of them made him jumpy and gaunt. His eyes took on the frantic, haunted look of a hunted deer. His only remaining hope was the arrival of a young hunter from Nevada. 20 days became 15. 15 became 10. Still, no word of comfort reached the farm. Every time a rider passed along the road, the old farmer would rush to his gate, hoping against hope that his prayers had finally been answered. And when, before his very eyes, the number 5 turned to 4, and then to 3, his spirit broke. He surrendered all hope, left to his own meager strength, and knowing nothing of the secret passes to the mountains that ring the plain, he realized his utter helplessness. Moreover, he knew that every road was strictly patrolled. No soul could pass without a written permit signed by the prophet's own hand. No matter how Ferrier turned the situation over in his mind, only one thing seemed certain. The catastrophe hanging over his head was inevitable. Yet the old man's resolve did not waver. He was prepared to meet death itself, rather than see his beloved Lucy the wife of one of those hypocrites. One evening, Ferrier sat upon his doorstep, brooding over the dire straits in which he and his daughter found themselves, trying once more to conceive some means of escape. At dawn that day, he had seen the figure 2 scrawled upon the wall. Tomorrow would be the final day of grace. What then? Heavy, tangled thoughts whirled through his brain. What would become of his daughter once he was gone? Was there truly no way to break through the net he felt tightening around his head? Overcome by the sheer hopelessness of it all, Ferrier buried his face in his hands and sobbed. But suddenly, a sound caught his attention. What was it? A faint scratching came from behind the door, low, yet distinct in the silence of the night. Ferrier slipped into the hall and listened. The noise ceased for a moment, then began again. Someone was tapping softly, urgently, against the wood. Was it an assassin sent by the murderous council, or an agent coming to mark the fatal digit of the final day? These thoughts so unnerved the old man that he shook from head to foot, preferring certain death to this agonizing suspense. He rushed to the door, flung back the bolts, and threw it wide. Outside all was still. The night sparkled with 1,000 brilliant stars. He could clearly see the garden path and the fence, but there was no sign of a human presence on the road or near the house. With a sigh of relief, Ferrier looked around. Then, glancing down to ground at his feet, he saw to his utter amazement a man stretched out full length, lying face down upon the earth. The sight struck Ferrier so forcefully that he nearly cried out, imagining it was some wounded or dying soul who had crawled to his threshold. But suddenly, the figure began to move, wriggling into the hallway with the silent speed of a snake. He sprang to his feet, bolted the door, and the astonished farmer found himself looking into the grim, resolute face of Jefferson Hope. "Heavenly Father!" Ferrier gasped. "How you scared me. But why? Why have you come into my house like this?" "Give me food," the young man answered in a hoarse whisper. "I haven't had a morsel in my mouth for 48 hours. He fell upon the cold meat and bread left over from supper, devouring it ravenously. "How is Lucy?" he asked, his first hunger sated. "Is she well?" "Yes," her father replied, "and she has no idea of the danger we are in." "That is good. The house is surrounded, watched on every side. That is why I had to crawl. They can play their tricks all they like, but they'll never out-trick an antelope hunter." From the moment this powerful ally arrived, John Ferrier felt like a different man. He seized the young hunter's sunburned hand and wrung it heartily. "You're a man to be proud of," he said. "Few would choose to come and share our misfortunes and dangers at a time like this." "You're right there, father," the hunter replied. "I have a great respect for you. But if it were only you in danger, I might have thought twice before poking my head into this hornet's nest. It's for Lucy's sake I've come, and before any harm touches her, there will be one less Jefferson Hope in this beautiful land of Utah." "What must we do?" "Tomorrow is the last day of the grace they gave you," Jefferson replied. "If we do not act this very night, all is lost. I have a mule and 2 horses waiting for us in Eagle Canyon." "How much money have you?" $2,000 in gold and 5,000 in notes." "That will suffice. I have roughly the same. We must make for Carson City by way of the mountains. You would do well to wake Lucy at once. It is a mercy the servants sleep outside the house." While John Ferrier went to prepare his daughter for the journey, Jefferson gathered what provisions he could into a bundle and filled a large stoneware jar with water. He knew from bitter experience how rare springs were in the rugged highlands. He had barely finished these preparations when the farmer and his daughter appeared, fully dressed for travel. The meeting between the 2 lovers was tender, yet they were forced to stifle their emotions. Every second was a diamond, and a gauntlet of hardships lay ahead. "We must move, and move now," Jefferson said in a low, steady voice. He was fully aware of the peril of their undertaking, but his heart remained calm and resolute. "The front and back gates are watched, but with extreme caution, we can slip through a side window and strike out across the fields. Once we reach the road to the ravine where the horses are hidden, it's no more than 2,000 paces. If luck is with us, we'll be halfway into the mountains by sunrise." "And if they intercept us?" Ferrier asked. Hope's hand moved instinctively to the revolver tucked into his belt. "If there are too many of them, we'll take a few with us before we go down ourselves," he said, a grim smile flitting across his face. The lights in the house were extinguished. Through the darkened panes, Ferrier stole one last look at the gardens and fields into which he had poured years of labor, and which he was now forced to abandon. But he had long since resolved to make this sacrifice. The honor and the future of his dear daughter were worth infinitely more than his worldly goods. All was silent. From the trees trembling faintly in the gloom to the vast, plowed stretches of land from which not a sound arose. It was difficult to believe that the specter of death hovered over such a peaceful, beautiful landscape. Yet the pallor of a young hunter and the stark expression on his face bore witness to the ghosts he had seen while approaching the house. Ferrier took up the bag of gold and notes. Jefferson Hope shouldered the water and provisions, and Lucy carried a small bundle of the few belongings she could not bear to leave behind. With the utmost care, they eased open the window and, waiting for a thick bank of clouds to veil the stars, they climbed out into the garden one by one. Stumbling, crawling, holding their very breath in their chests, they made their way to the fence, intending to follow it to a small breach that led out into the open fields. They were nearing the gap when Jefferson suddenly seized his companions and thrust them back into the shadows. There they crouched, huddling together and trembling with dread. Bred in the wilderness and seasoned by years of wandering, Jefferson Hope possessed a preternatural sense of hearing. It was a godsend for fugitives. No sooner had they pressed themselves against the fence than they heard, very close by, the melancholy hoot of a mountain owl. Immediately, it was answered by another. At that moment, a human silhouette appeared in the gap of the fence, continuing the mournful signal until a second shadow emerged from the darkness of the garden. Tomorrow at midnight, when the owl cries thrice, the first man said, evidently the one in command. Very well, the other replied. Shall I warn Brother Drebber? Warn them all 9 to 7. 7 to 5, the second answered. The two silhouettes then moved off in opposite directions. The final words they exchanged were clearly the watchwords of the night. As soon as their footsteps faded into the distance, Jefferson Hope rose and helped his companions through the breach. Then, at his command, they struck out across the open fields. From time to time, when the young girl's strength failed her, Hope supported her, or bore her along in his arms. Faster, faster, Jefferson whispered from time to time. We are passing right by the watch houses now, and everything depends on our speed. Once they reached the main road, they broke into a swifter pace. Luck was on their side. They encountered only one traveler, and even then, they managed to slip into fields and remain unseen. Near the outskirts of the city, the young hunter turned onto a narrow, steep trail that wound upward into the mountains. Two jagged, saw-edged ridges loomed in the darkness. Between these towering peaks lay the narrow defile known as Eagle Canyon, where the horses stood waiting. With an unerring instinct that never failed him, Jefferson Hope led the way, picking a path through the boulders and across the dry beds of mountain torrents. At last, they reached a secluded nook among the crags where, behind a massive outcrop of stone, the faithful animals were tethered. The young girl was helped onto mule. Her father, clutching a bag of gold, mounted one horse, and Jefferson Hope swung himself onto the other. The three of them struck out into the heart of the mountains, following a path that skirted deep, terrifying abysses. The sight of these black maws, dropping away into nothingness, was enough to chill the blood of anyone unaccustomed to the savage majesty of the high country. On one side, a sheer wall of dark rock rose over 1,000 meters into the sky, its reddish surface scarred by broad bands of basalt like the ribs of some prehistoric monster. On the other, a chaotic jumble of rocks and debris choked the pass. Through this wreckage ran a trail so narrow and treacherous that it demanded the utmost skill from even the most seasoned mountain riders. Despite the perils of the path, a sense of lightness began to fill the fugitives' hearts. Every step carried them further from the terrible power they were fleeing. Yet they were still within the watchful eyes of the saints, as they were soon to discover. As they reached the most desolate and solitary reach of the pass, Lucy suddenly gasped and pointed toward the heights. High on a crag overhanging the trail, the silhouette of a sentry stood out sharply against the sky. "Who goes there?" he challenged, just as they came abreast of him. "Travelers bound for Nevada," Jefferson Hope replied, his hand dropping to the rifle slung at his saddle. The sentry shifted his weapon and peered down at them, clearly unsatisfied with the answer. "By whose authority?" he demanded again. "By the authority of the Holy Four." Ferrier called out. He knew from long experience that this was the ultimate command among the Mormons. 9 to 7, the sentry shouted. 7 to 5. Jefferson Hope called back instantly, remembering the words he had overheard in the garden. "Pass in peace." The voice drifted down from above. A little further on, the trail widened, and the fugitives urged their horses into a trot. Looking back, they saw the sentry still standing upon his rocky perch, leaning on his rifle. His figure marked the boundary of the country of the saints, and as they rode into the darkness, they felt the first true breath of freedom upon their faces. A Study in Scarlet Part 2, Chapter 5, The Avenging Angels. Throughout the night, they pressed on without pause, navigating between steep cliffs along a path crowded by massive boulders. Several times they lost their way, but Hope's deep knowledge of the mountains allowed him to quickly find the trail again. At dawn, a magnificent spectacle unfolded before them. Stretching across the vast horizon were numerous high mountain peaks, shrouded in snow. These peaks led to a towering, sheer cliff, its summit crowned with larches and beeches. The trees leaned precariously over the path, as if poised to crush anyone daring enough to pass beneath. This was no idle threat, for the trail was already littered with the trunks of fallen giants. As the fugitives stepped onto this path, a great slab of rock, bearing a tree upon it, broke free from above. It thundered down with a hollow roar that echoed 1,000 times through the canyons. Despite their exhaustion, the startled horses broke into a gallop. The sun began to rise. As it climbed above the horizon, the snowy peaks were ignited one by one with a rosy glow, like brilliant torches on a day of celebration. This wondrous play of light and the sight of a clear, encouraging day thawed the hearts of the fugitives and gave them renewed strength. They made a brief halt by a small stream that trickled from behind a rocky ledge. While the horses caught their breath, the travelers took a hurried meal. Lucy and her father, utterly spent, would have gladly rested longer, but Jefferson Hope would not hear of it. "Even now, they are surely on our trail," he said. "Everything depends on our speed. Once we reach Carson safe and sound, we can rest for the remainder of our lives." They remained in the saddle all through that day, and by evening, they estimated that at least 30 miles lay between them and their pursuers. As night fell, they chose a small hollow in the cleft of the rock. Huddling together to ward off the cold, they spent several hours in a heavy, dreamless sleep. It was long before sunrise when they set out once more. Thus far, there had been no sign of pursuit, and Jefferson Hope began to hope that they had finally escaped the grasp of their terrible enemies. But he did not yet know the far-reaching power of that society, nor the relentless hand that was soon to seize and destroy them. By noon of the second day, their provisions were exhausted. However, a hunter accustomed to relying on his rifle and knowing the abundance of game in these mountains was not troubled by such trifles. Hope found a sheltered nook among the rocks, gathered dry brushwood, and lit a fire. There, the three of them gratefully warmed their frozen limbs. They were now at an altitude of over 5,000 feet, and the biting air made its presence felt. After hobbling the horses and kissing Lucy, Jefferson shouldered his rifle and set out to hunt, trusting in his lucky star to lead him to game. After walking some distance, he looked back. The young girl and old Ferrier were sitting by the fire, their figures silhouetted against the flames near the motionless horses. The hunter continued on, and soon a sharp spur of rock hid his companions from view. He walked for more than 2 miles, searching keenly, but found no trace of game. Finally, he came upon bare tracks in the snow and noticed the bark of several trees had been gnawed away. 2 or 3 hours passed in a fruitless search. Hope, beginning to despair, was thinking of returning to his comrades when he looked up and started with surprise. On a ledge of a massive cliff, 300 or 400 feet above him, stood a large animal. It looked like a sheep, but its head was crowned with 2 enormous, branching horns. It was a bighorn, the leader of a herd hidden from view. Fortunately, the animal was looking the other way and had not scented the hunter. Jefferson Hope dropped onto his stomach, rested his rifle on a rock, took careful aim, and fired. The creature made a desperate leap, teetered for a moment on the very edge of the precipice, and then plunged down onto the rocks below. The prey was far too large to be carried whole. The young man contented himself by cutting away a hind leg and the choice parts of the loin. Slinging the trophy over his shoulder, he hurried back, for the day was already waning into evening. But here, new difficulties awaited him. In his excitement, he had wandered too far, stumbling into places entirely unknown to him, and he soon realized that he could no longer find the path he had taken. The valley was carved by mountain ridges of identical size and shape, making it impossible to distinguish one from another. Between these ridges lay narrow passes. Choosing one at random, he walked for a mile, only to find himself at the bank of a rushing stream, a landmark he was certain he had not passed on his way out. He turned back and tried another trail, but the result was the same. The path led him once more to the water's edge. Night had already fallen by the time he finally struck the trail he had followed that morning. Progress was now painfully slow. The moon had not yet risen, and the towering cliffs on either side cast a path into deep shadow. Stooping under the weight of his burden, and nearing the point of exhaustion, he stumbled at every step. Yet, the joy of knowing he would soon see Lucy, and that he brought enough food for the rest of their journey, gave him superhuman strength. At last, he reached the end of the pass. Despite the gloom, he could see the two sharp peaks of the cliffs standing out against the sky. It occurred to him that his companions must be terribly anxious, for he had been gone for more than 5 hours. Eager to announce his return, he put his hand to his mouth and sent out a joyful shout. He paused, listening for an answering cry, but only the echo, booming through the desolate rocks, repeated his call again and again. He shouted once more, even louder, but again there was no reply. Not a sound broke the silence. Nothing suggested the presence of the loved ones he had so recently left. A nameless horror took hold of him. Driven by a frantic fear, he dropped his precious burden upon the stones and broke into a run. Rounding a corner of the rock, he suddenly came upon the dying embers of the campfire. The flames had nearly vanished, and it was clear the fire had not been tended since his departure. A deathly silence reigned. His fears turned into a terrible certainty. He rushed forward, but saw nothing but the smoldering coals. The father, the daughter, even the horses, all had vanished without a trace. It was chillingly evident that some appalling catastrophe had occurred in his absence, swallowing them up entirely. Stunned by this heavy blow, Jefferson Hope felt his head spin. He had to lean upon his rifle to keep from falling. But he was a man of action and energy, far too resilient to surrender to a moment's weakness. Quickly mastering himself, he snatched a smoking brand from the embers and blew upon it until it flared into a flame. By its light, he began to examine the ground. The earth was trampled by the prints of many horses. A large party of riders had been here, and judging by the direction of the tracks, they had turned back towards Salt Lake City. Had they taken his companions with them? Hope was beginning to think, so when a sudden, violent shudder passed through him, he noticed, a little to one side, a mound of fresh, reddish earth that had not been there before. There was no mistaking it. It was a newly dug grave. Drawing closer, the young hunter saw a scrap of paper pinned to a thin, pointed stick thrust into the mound. On the paper was a brief and devastating inscription. John Ferrier, formerly of Salt Lake City, died August 4th, 1860. The sturdy old man he had left only hours before was gone. Nothing remained of him but this small scrap of paper. Pale as death, Hope looked wildly around for another grave, but there was none to be found. Lucy had been carried off by her pursuers. She had been claimed by them for another, destined to end her days in the harem of an elder son. Realizing the magnitude of his misfortune and his own utter helplessness, Jefferson Hope felt a bitter longing to share that last resting place with old Ferrier, where he might finally find peace. The natural energy of his character soon triumphed over the despair that had threatened to overwhelm him. If all was lost, he could at least devote his remaining days to one purpose: revenge. Beyond his incredible endurance and his capacity for long suffering, Jefferson Hope possessed a terrifying ability to hate and to remember a wrong. In this, he was the equal of the Indians among whom he had lived for so long. Sitting by the extinguished fire, he realized that only one thing on earth could now ease his agony. He must, with his own hands, exact a cruel punishment upon his enemies. Fixing his eyes on the grave of old Ferrier, he swore to dedicate his life and all his strength to this end. Pale as death, his features contorted by grief, he went to recover the discarded meat, rekindled the fire, and roasted enough food to last him for several days. He packed the meat carefully into his bag and, despite his staggering exhaustion, set out to follow the tracks of those who call themselves the Avenging Angels. For 5 days, worn out and with feet bloodied, he retraced on foot the very trail they had so recently covered on horseback. At night, he would drop to ground in some rocky hollow and sleep for a few hours, but the dawn always found him on his feet, pressing forward once more. Finally, on the 6th day, he reached the narrow Eagle Valley, the very place from which their ill-fated journey had begun. From here, the city of the saints was visible in the distance, broken in body and spirit. Leaning on his rifle to keep from collapsing, he shook his fist at the great city spreading out before him. Looking closer, he noticed a multitude of colorful flags fluttering in the breeze. Hope was wondering what the celebration could mean when he heard the thud of hooves and saw a rider approaching. In this horseman, he recognized Cooper, a Mormon to whom he had once rendered several favors. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward, hoping to learn something of the fate of the unhappy Lucy. "Do you not know me?" he asked. "I am Jefferson Hope." The rider stared at him in utter amazement. Indeed, in this wretched vagrant, dressed in rags, with a gaunt, wild face and burning, restless eyes, it was nearly impossible to recognize the handsome young hunter he had once been. But when the Mormon finally recognized him, his astonishment turned to pity. "You are mad to show yourself here," he cried. "The mere act of speaking to you could cost me my life. Do you not know that the Holy Four passed a sentence of death upon you for helping Ferrier and his daughter escape?" "I do not fear them or their sentence," Jefferson replied coldly. "You, Cooper, surely know all that has happened. I implore you, by all that you hold sacred, answer a few questions. We were always good friends, were we not? For heaven's sake, do not refuse me." "What is it you wish to know?" the Mormon asked, visibly unsettled. "Speak quickly, for here the rocks have ears and the trees have eyes." "What has become of Lucy Ferrier?" "She was married yesterday to young Drebber. But what is wrong? Take heart, my friend, or you will faint." "It is nothing," Hope murmured in a weak voice. His pallor had turned to a sickly blue, and he sank to the ground at the base of the rock he had been leaning against. "Married, you say?" "Married since yesterday. That is why the flags are flying in the city. There was a great dispute over her between Drebber and Stangerson. Both were in the party that pursued you, and since it was Stangerson's hand that struck down Ferrier, he believed he had the better right to the daughter. But when the matter went before the Council of the Four, the elders decided for Drebber, and the prophet gave her to him. But I think she will soon belong to no one, for yesterday I saw the shadow of death playing upon her face. She looked more like a ghost than a living soul. And you, where are you going now?" "I am going away," Jefferson Hope said, rising from ground. His face was terrible to behold, like a mask of marble. The features had grown so hard and motionless. Only his eyes flickered with a dark, vengeful fire. "Where will you go?" the Mormon asked. "What does it matter?" the hunter replied. He slung his rifle over his shoulder, descended the path, and vanished among the gray rocks where only wild beasts found shelter and food. In that moment, the grief-stricken hunter was far more dangerous and ruthless than any of the wild creatures among whom he intended to dwell. The Mormon's prediction was soon fulfilled. Crushed first by the horrific death of her father, and then by the hateful marriage forced upon her by her tormentors, Lucy Ferrier never raised her head from her pillow after her wedding day. She faded away within a month, and by its end she was dead. The brutal husband, who had married her by force, chiefly to secure her father's property and wealth, showed not the slightest hint of sorrow upon learning of her passing. His other wives, however, wept sincerely over the body of the unfortunate Lucy. Following Mormon custom, they gathered to keep watch over her remains on the night preceding the funeral. At dawn, as they sat in a circle around the coffin, the door was suddenly flung open with great violence. To their unspeakable horror, a wild-looking, ragged stranger burst into the room. Without a word to the women, who shrank back to let him pass, he strode straight to the white, motionless form of Lucy Ferrier, whose pure soul had already departed. Bending over the deceased, the stranger reverently pressed his lips to her pale forehead. Then, taking her hand, he snatched the wedding ring from her finger. "At least she shall not take this to the grave," he cried with a voice full of menace. Before the women could raise an alarm, he had sped down the stairs and vanished. It happened so swiftly, so unexpectedly, that the witnesses might believe it a waking dream, were it not for one undeniable fact. The wedding ring was gone from the dead woman's hand. For several months, Jefferson Hope roamed the surrounding mountains, living the life of a true savage. In his heart, he nourished an insatiable thirst for vengeance, a hunger that consumed his every thought and desire. Soon, strange rumors began to circulate through the city. There was talk of a ghost seen prowling the outskirts of the settlements, or wandering along lonely mountain paths and sheer precipices. Once, Stan Jerson heard the whistle of a bullet as it shattered a window pane beside his ear and embedded itself in the wall behind him. On another occasion, as Drebber was passing along a trail beneath a high stone wall at the foot of the mountains, a massive boulder broke loose from above. It thundered down, nearly dragging him into the bottomless abyss. Drebber only saved himself by leaping aside and throwing himself to the ground. The younger Mormons quickly guessed who was behind these attempts on their lives. Hoping to capture or kill their enemy, they organized several armed expeditions into the mountains, but all were in vain. They then resolved never to go out alone or unarmed, especially at night, and placed guards around their homes. But as time passed, they began to neglect these precautions, hoping that the passage of years had finally quenched their unseen enemy's thirst for blood. Moreover, he was no longer seen in the mountains or the city's outskirts, and slowly, the tales of the avenging hunter faded into silence. But they were mistaken. Hope's hatred had not cooled with time. It had only grown more intense. His fiery nature was engulfed, as if by a conflagration, by the need for revenge, leaving no room in his heart for any other feeling. Yet he was a man who could endure physical hardship far more easily than mental anguish. Lucy's death had struck at the very root of the young hunter's strength. He soon realized that his iron health was shattered forever and that his vitality was rapidly ebbing away. This discovery filled him with dread, for if he were to die soon, what would become of his revenge? Who would avenge the deaths of Lucy and her father? He knew that if he continued this life of privation and hardship, a swift end was inevitable. He would perish in the mountains like a stray dog. Weighing his options, he returned grim and hollowed out to his mines in Nevada. His goal was to rest, to amass as much money as possible, and then to return to his task and see it through to the end. Jefferson Hope initially thought a single year would suffice. However, circumstances were such that he spent nearly 5 years at the Nevada mines. Despite the long interval, the memory of his suffering and his thirst for vengeance remained as vivid as on that unforgettable night when he had sworn his oath over John Ferrier's grave. Changing his clothes and his appearance, and adopting a false name, he returned to Salt Lake City. He cared nothing for the risk to his own life. He thought only of the long-awaited hour of retribution. But in the City of the Saints, he was met with unwelcome news. The Society of the Saints had been fractured by internal conflict. A number of the younger members of the community had rebelled against the authority of the elders. This led to a rift in society, and many left Utah to become Gentiles. Among those who departed were Stan Jerson and Drebber, though no one knew exactly where they had gone. It was rumored that Drebber, having liquidated his property, had become possessor of a vast fortune, while Stan Jerson had left Utah utterly penniless. They both vanished, leaving no trail behind by which they might be tracked. Under such daunting new difficulties, any other man would have abandoned all thought of revenge, but Jefferson Hope did not waver for a single moment. Possessing modest means and a remarkable ability to find work wherever he went, he began to travel from one American city to another, searching everywhere for his enemies. Years rolled by, and the silver hairs in his head grew more numerous, yet Jefferson Hope persisted doggedly on the path he had chosen, a goal to which he had dedicated his entire life. He was like a well-bred hound, hungry for the hunt and never losing the scent. At last, this stubborn constancy was rewarded. One day, while in Cleveland, Ohio, he caught a glimpse of a familiar profile through a window. It was but for a fleeting second, but Hope knew his man. By the time he returned to his lodgings that evening, his plan for vengeance was fully formed. But, as fate would have it, Drebber had also recognized his enemy in the vagrant passing by, and in those eyes he had read his own death sentence. Accompanied by Stan Jerson, who now lived with him as a private secretary, Drebber hurried to a local magistrate, claiming he was being stalked and endangered by a former rival. That very evening, Jefferson Hope was arrested, and since he could provide no bail, he remained in custody for 3 weeks. When he was finally set free, Drebber's house stood empty. He and his secretary had already taken a steamer for Europe. Once again, Jefferson Hope's plans for revenge had been thwarted, but his hatred was too deep to allow him to abandon the chase. By this time, his purse was significantly lightened, and he was forced to spend some time in labor, saving penny by penny for the journey ahead. Having eventually gathered sufficient funds, he resolved to set out. In Europe, luck was on his side, and he soon picked up the trail of his enemies. He followed them from city to city, pausing briefly at times to earn a living, yet never quite managing to overtake them. Upon arriving in St. Petersburg, he learned they had just departed for Paris. When he followed them there, they were already on their way to Copenhagen. No sooner had he landed in the Danish capital than he discovered they had sailed for London. But here, at long last, their hour had struck. The subsequent events, in their strict and harrowing sequence, can best be followed to the account given by Hope himself, a narrative recorded with meticulous detail in the Reminiscences of Dr. Watson. Chapter 6. A continuation of the Reminiscences of John Watson, M.D. The desperate resistance of our prisoner, however, posed no further threat to us, for as soon as he felt himself securely bound, he looked at each of us in turn with mild eyes and a most amiable smile. He then inquired whether he had happened to hurt any of us during the struggle. "I presume you will take me to the police station," he said, addressing Sherlock Holmes. "My cab is at the door, and if you'll be so kind as to loosen the bindings on my legs a little, I shall walk down. I am somewhat heavier now than I was in my youth, and I should be a most difficult burden to carry." Gregson and Lestrade exchanged rapid glances, astonished by such an audacious request. But Sherlock Holmes, trusting the prisoner's word, immediately untied the towel that bound Hope's ankles. The man stood up and stretched his legs, as if to ensure he had regained command of them. I studied his physique, and must admit that I have rarely encountered a man of more powerful build. His sun-browned face radiated strength and energy, lending an even more formidable air to his colossal frame. "If the post of chief of police is ever vacant, you are more worthy of it than any other man," he remarked, looking at Holmes with genuine admiration. "The way you hunted me down was truly a stroke of genius." "I trust you will accompany me," Holmes said, turning to the 2 detectives. "I can drive the cab," offered Lestrade. "Excellent. Gregson shall sit inside with me, and you, Doctor, since you have been part of this case from the start, I hope you will not leave us now." I required no further invitation, and we all descended to the street. Our prisoner made not the slightest attempt to escape, quietly taking a seat in his own cab, while we positioned ourselves on either side of him. Lestrade climbed onto the box, whipped the horse, and in a few minutes we arrived at our destination. We were shown into a small room where a police inspector recorded the prisoner's name alongside those of others accused of murder. The inspector was a man of pale complexion and immobile features. He performed his duties with clinical precision, yet mechanically as if in a dream. "The prisoner will be brought before the magistrates next week," he announced. "In the meantime, Jefferson Hope, have you anything to say? I must warn you, however, that every word will be taken down and may be used in evidence against you." "I have a great deal to say," our prisoner replied calmly, "and I wish to say it in the presence of these gentlemen. Would it not be better to wait until you appear in court?" the inspector asked. "I may never appear before court at all," Hope replied. "Oh, do not be alarmed. I have no intention of taking my own life." "You are a doctor, are you not?" he asked, turning his dark, piercing eyes toward me. "I am," I replied. "Then be so good as to place your hand here," he continued, raising his manacled hands toward his chest. I did as he asked. Beneath my palm, I instantly felt a violent internal throbbing, a tumultuous, leaping palpitation. The walls of his chest seemed to quiver like the frail partition of a building shaken by a giant engine within. In the ensuing silence, I could clearly distinguish a dull, gurgling sound arising from the same cause. "What?" I cried. You have an aortic aneurysm? That is what the other doctors called it. He answered without the slightest trace of emotion. I sought a physician's advice a week ago, and it seems to me the rupture must occur very soon. It has been progressing for so many years. The privations and the staggering labors I endured in the mountains of the Salt Lake City were the cause of this ailment. But now my work is done and I am ready to die. I wish only to tell my story so that I am not remembered merely as a common murderer. The inspector and the two detectives began a hurried consultation, uncertain whether they should grant the prisoner's request. "In your opinion, Doctor," the first inspector asked me, "is this man in immediate danger?" "Beyond question," I replied. "Then, in the interest of justice, it is our duty to hear him. You may tell us your story, Mr. Hope, but I repeat once more, every word you say will be recorded." "If you will only let me sit," the prisoner said. "This aneurysm tires me greatly. Besides, the struggle I just put up has done me no favors. I am standing on the edge of the grave, so you may believe me when I say I shall speak the truth. Every word will be honest. What conclusions you draw from my tale does not concern me." Having said this, Jefferson Hope leaned back in his chair and began to recount his grim history in a calm, level voice, as if speaking of the most ordinary matters. Lestrade noted every word in his ledger, and it is from that very book that I later transcribed, with faithful accuracy, the prisoner's narrative. "The reasons for my hatred toward those two men can be of little interest to you," he began. "It is enough for you to know that they murdered two human beings, a father and a daughter, and by that act they forfeited their own lives. So many years have passed since that murder that I could turn to no court for justice. But I, who knew of their crime, resolved to be their accuser, their judge, and their executioner all at once. No man on this earth, do you hear me? Not one man in my position would have acted differently. 20 years have gone by since the young girl I mentioned was to have been my wife. She was forced into a marriage with Drebber and died of a broken heart, as she lay upon her deathbed. I took the ring from her finger and swore that when the man responsible for her end died by my hand, I would show him that ring, so he might better remember the guilt for which he received his just punishment. From that day on, I never parted with the ring. I pursued my enemies across the globe until at last I ran them to ground. They likely hoped to weary me by moving from place to place, but how they were mistaken. If I am to die soon, as I hope to, I shall die knowing my task in this world is finished, and finish well. Yes, I can boast of that. Both are dead by my hand. After that, what else is left for me to do here? They were rich and I was poor, so it was no easy thing to hunt them. When I arrived in London, my pockets were empty, and I was forced to find work to survive. Driving and riding were second nature to me, so I applied to a job master who hired me at once. The agreement was that I should pay my employer a certain sum each week, keeping any surplus for myself. It was a pittance, but I quickly learned how to make the most of my meager earnings. The hardest part was learning the streets of London. Never in my life had I seen such a tangled labyrinth of alleys and lanes. I bought a map of the city and, using the great hotels as landmarks, I soon oriented myself in my new trade. A long time passed before I discovered where my enemies were hiding. At last, I found them in boarding houses in Camberwell, across the river. From the moment I found their lair, they were in my power. I had grown a beard, making me difficult to recognize. I resolved to watch them until a fitting opportunity for attack presented itself. I was determined that they should not escape my vengeance. They could not take a step without me following at their heels. Sometimes I followed in my cab, sometimes on foot. The former was far more convenient. However, under the system, I could only earn money for a few hours in the morning and late at night, and I soon found myself deep in debt to my employer. But I cared nothing for that, so long as I did not lose a cent. They were cunning and clearly lived in fear, for they never ventured out at night, and during the day they were always together. For 2 whole weeks, from my perch on the driver's box, I watched them appear here and there, but never one without the other. Drebber was invariably drunk, but Stangerson was always sober and on his guard. Yet Though day after day passed without an opening, I did not lose heart. I felt the hour of retribution was near. My only worry was my aneurysm. I feared my heart would burst too soon, before I could complete the work I had started. Finally, one evening, as I was driving back and forth on Torquay Terrace, the street where they lived, I saw a carriage pull up to their door. Trunks and baskets were brought out and lashed to the roof. Then Drebber and Stangerson emerged and stepped inside. As soon as they moved off, I lashed my horse and followed. I was terribly anxious, fearing they were leaving London for good. They alighted at Euston Station. I left my horse with a boy and followed them onto the platform. There, I heard them inquiring about the train to Liverpool. The official told them one train had just departed, and the next would not leave for several hours. Stangerson seemed annoyed by the delay, but Drebber, on the contrary, appeared quite pleased. Mixing with the crowd, I drew close enough to them to hear every word of their conversation. Drebber announced that he had a small private matter to attend to and demanded that Stangerson wait for him there at the station. His companion objected, reminding him of their pact never part. To this, Drebber replied that his business was of a most delicate nature and could only be transacted alone. I did not catch Stangerson's reply, but Drebber began to shout and curse, telling Stangerson that he was a mere secretary and had no right to give orders to his master. After this, Stangerson ceased to argue, merely stating that if Drebber missed the last train, he should seek him at the Halliday Private Hotel, where he would take a room. Drebber promised to return to the station no later than 11 o'clock, and then he departed. The moment for which I had waited so long and so hungrily had arrived at last. My enemies were in my power. Together, they might have protected one another. Apart, they were entirely at my mercy. Yet, I resolved to act without haste, for I wished my victim, before he died, to know both the hand that struck him and the reason for his punishment. Some days earlier, a passenger of mine, the caretaker of some houses in Brixton Road, had dropped the key to one of those houses in my carriage. I had returned the key that same evening, but not before I had taken impression of it and had a duplicate made. I did this so that, in this vast city, I might have a secluded corner where I could remain undisturbed. The difficulty now lay in luring Drebber to that house. He left the station on foot. Along the way, he entered several taverns, staying in one for more than half an hour. When he finally emerged, he was visibly reeling. A cab stood ahead of me. Drebber hailed the driver and climbed inside. I, of course, followed. We crossed Waterloo Bridge, traversed endless streets, and finally turned toward Drebber's former lodgings. What did he intend to do there? I pulled up a short distance away and watched. Drebber alighted and entered the house, while the other cab slowly drove away. But, if you please, give me a glass of water. I am exhausted by this long recital. I handed him a glass of water, which he drank greedily. I feel better now, he continued. About a quarter of an hour passed when I suddenly heard a commotion inside the house, as if a struggle were taking place. The door was flung open, and I saw two men, Drebber and a young man I had never seen before. The latter was gripping Drebber by the collar. Standing upon the top step, he gave him a violent shove and a heavy kick that sent Drebber sprawling into the middle of the road. "You filthy beast!" the young man shouted, brandishing a cane at him. "I'll teach you how to behave toward a decent girl." He was so incensed that he would surely have laid into Drebber with the stick had the latter not taken to his heels as fast as his legs would carry him. Running past me, he scrambled into my cab and shouted, "To the Halliday Hotel." At last, I had him in my hands. The thought filled me with such a surge of joy. My heart hammered so violently against my ribs that I feared it would burst then and there. I drove slowly down the street, considering my next move. I thought of driving him out of the city to some lonely spot to have my reckoning. I had already begun to turn the horse when Drebber, yielding to his craving for drink, ordered me to stop before a public house. He went inside and remained there until closing time. When he finally emerged onto the street where I sat waiting, He was in a state of total intoxication and completely in my power. Do not think, however, that I intended to kill him in cold blood, like a dog. No, though I must say he fully deserved such a death. Long ago, I had decided to offer him a chance of escape, provided he accepted my conditions. During my years of wandering, I once worked as a janitor at a laboratory in New York University. One day, a professor gave a lecture on poisons. He showed the students an alkaloid which the South American tribes used to poison their arrows. The venom was so potent that the smallest grain, introduced into the system, caused instant death. I took note of the bottle, and when the hall was empty, I took a small amount. Being somewhat skilled in simple chemistry, I worked the alkaloid into a number of pills. I then took several empty boxes and placed 2 pills in each, one harmless, and the other containing the poison. My plan was that when I cornered my enemies, I would offer them a choice of 1 pill, while I swallowed the other. This was as fair as a duel with 2 pistols, only one which is loaded, and it was silent. From that day on, I carried those pills in my pocket. It was well past midnight. The night was dark and void, a cold rain falling in torrents, driven by a fierce wind. Yet, despite the gloom, I was in a state of extraordinary exaltation. I felt as though I could have shouted for joy to the very sky. Only a man who has desired something with his whole soul for 20 years, nurturing a flickering hope through every hardship, can understand the feeling of finally grasping his goal. I lit a cigar to steady my nerves, but my hands shook, and in the silence of night, I could plainly hear the thudding of my heart. As I drove from street to street, the misty shapes of John Ferrier and my dear Lucy seemed to rise from the fog before me. At last, I reached the house in Brixton Road. Not a living soul was in sight. No sound reached my ears save for the splash of the rain in the gutters. Glancing into the cab, I saw that Drebber had sunk into a heavy, drunken stupor. I took him by the shoulder and shook him. "We have arrived," I said. "Very good, my friend," he mumbled. He evidently believed he had reached his hotel. Without a word, he stepped from the carriage and followed me through the garden. I had to walk beside him and support him by the arm, so deep was his intoxication. Reaching the door, I unlocked it and led my companion into the first room. And there, I swear to heaven, I saw the faces of the murdered farmer and his daughter as clearly as if they stood before me. "It's as dark as a furnace in here," Drebber exclaimed, stamping his foot in irritation. "There will be light soon enough," I replied, striking a match and lighting a wax candle end I carried in my pocket. "And now, Enoch Drebber," I continued, turning to face him and holding the light to my features, "do you know me?" He stared at me with bleary, drunken eyes for several seconds. Then the scoundrel's eyes flew wide with frantic terror that distorted his whole face. He knew what awaited him. He shrank back, a cold sweat breaking out upon his brow, his teeth chattering in his head. I leaned against the door and laughed from the very depths of my soul. I had always thought revenge would be sweet, but I had never dreamed it could be as exquisite as this. "You miserable hound," I said, "I have hunted you across the world, and time and again you slipped through my fingers. But the end has come. One of us shall not see tomorrow's sun." He continued to cower as I spoke, and I saw by his eyes that he took me for a madman, and perhaps I was. The blood was boiling in my veins, and my temples throbbed like hammers. I felt a seizure coming on, when a sudden, violent bleeding from the nose brought me a strange relief. "Do you remember Lucy Ferrier?" I cried, locking the door and brandishing the key before him. "The day of your execution has been long delayed, but it has arrived at last." The villain shook as if with an ague. He looked ready to beg for mercy, had he not realized in an instant that it would be useless. "Do you mean to murder me?" he stammered. "Who speaks of murder? Is it murder to shoot down a mad dog? Did you have mercy in your heart when you tore the girl I loved from the corpse of her father and dragged her into your cursed harem?" "It was not I who killed her father," the wretch pleaded, "but it was you who broke her innocent heart." I roared, drawing a small pillbox from my pocket. "Let the God of justice judge between us. Choose one of these pills. One contains death, the other is harmless. I shall swallow the one you leave. We shall see if there is truly a God in heaven, or if we are ruled by blind chance alone." He fell to his knees, groveling and praying for mercy, but I drew my knife and held it to his throat. Then he resolved himself and chose a pill, while I swallowed the other. For several seconds, we stared at each other in total silence. Which of us was to die? Never to my dying day shall I forget the expression on his face when the first pangs told him the poison was doing its work. I laughed and held Lucy's wedding ring before his fading eyes. The poison struck like a thunderbolt. A violent convulsion twisted his features. He threw out his arms, staggered, and with a low cry, fell prostrate at my feet. I turned him over with my boot and, placing my hand upon his heart, felt that he was dead. I cannot say how the thought came to me, but I resolved to use the blood from my nose to leave a mark upon the wall. I wished to confuse the police and lead them on a false scent. In that moment, I felt such a wild sense of triumph. I remember a murder in New York where a note with the word "rake" had been found on a body, and how the papers had all called it a political assassination. I thought that if the people in New York were intrigued by such a sign, the people of London would be the same. So, dipping my finger in my own blood, I wrote upon the wall, in plain view, the word "rake." After that, I returned to my horse. The weather was wretched. Although the rain had ceased, the streets remained deserted. I had driven a considerable distance from the house when I suddenly realized that Lucy's ring was missing from my pocket. This distressed me deeply, for that little band of gold was the only memory of her I had left. Thinking I must have dropped it while bending over Drebber's body, I turned my horse back. I left the cab at the corner and walked boldly toward the house. I was ready to face any danger, if only to recover that ring. But at the garden gate, I ran straight into police. I only escaped their notice by feigning a deathly drunken stupor. So died Enoch Drebber. It remained for me to settle accounts with Stan Jerson for the sake of John Ferrier. I knew he was staying at the Halliday Hotel, but I drove back and forth before it all day in vain. He never showed his face. I believe he was seized by a dark premonition when Drebber failed to return. Stan Jerson was cunning and a difficult man to catch unawares. Eventually, I discovered which window was his. The following morning, using a ladder I found in a passage between a wall and a fence in a yard, I climbed into his room. I woke him, reminding him that the hour of reckoning for his past crimes had struck. I offered him the box of pills, just as I had a Drebber. But instead of grasping the last hope of salvation I offered, he leaped from his bed and flew at my throat. It was then, in lawful self-defense, that I drove my knife into his heart. In truth, he was doomed to die regardless. I do not believe for a moment that Providence would have allowed him to choose the harmless pill. I have little more to add, and I am glad of it, for I am exhausted. Having finished my work, I continued my trade as a cabman, planning to return to America as soon as I had scraped together enough money. I was in my employer's yard when a ragged street urchin appeared, asking if there was a driver named Jefferson Hope. When told there was, he said I was hired to fetch a passenger and luggage to the station. Suspecting nothing, I drove my cab to Baker Street, and within minutes, the young gentleman sitting here had most politely fitted me with this charming pair of bracelets. That, sirs, is the whole story. You may look upon me as a murderer, but in my own eyes, I am a judge, punishing a crime. You may be the same. Jefferson Hope's narrative had so enthralled us, his face and voice were so expressive, that for several minutes we all sat in deep silence. Even the two detectives, despite years of exposure to every kind of crime, were fascinated to the highest degree. In the stillness, the only sound was the scratching of Lestrade's pencil as he hurried to finish his notes. "There's but one point I should like to clear up," Sherlock Holmes said at last. "Who was the accomplice who came to me for the ring after I placed the advertisement in the papers?" The prisoner gave a knowing wink. "I can reveal my own secrets," he said, "but I have no wish to pull others into trouble on my account. I read your advertisement and thought it might be a trap, yet at the same time I desperately wanted my ring back. A friend volunteered to help, and played his part rather neatly, did he not? Most certainly, Holmes replied sincerely. And now, gentlemen, the inspector said solemnly, we shall let justice take its course. In a few days, the accused will appear before the court, and your presence will be required. Until then, I alone am responsible for the prisoner. He rang a bell, and 2 guards appeared to lead Jefferson Hope away. Sherlock Holmes and I left the station and, hailing a cab, made our way home to Baker Street. Chapter 7, Epilogue. On the following Thursday, we were to appear as witnesses at the trial, but when the appointed day arrived, our testimony was no longer required. A higher and more righteous judge had taken the case of Jefferson Hope into his own hands. On the night following his arrest, his condition worsened, and in the morning he was found lying on the floor of his cell, devoid of life. His face was peaceful, and a happy smile lingered upon his lips, as if in the final moment of a life filled with toil and strife, he had clearly realized that his long-sought goal was achieved. Lestrade and Gregson will be terribly vexed by his death, Holmes remarked the next day, as we discussed the turn of events. There goes their finest advertisement. I don't see that they had much to do with the actual resolution of the case. I replied, what you do in this world is a matter of no consequence. Holmes said bitterly. The only thing that matters is what you can make people believe you have done. But, be that as it may, I should have been sorry to miss this case. I have never encountered one more interesting or instructive, despite its simplicity. Its simplicity! I exclaimed involuntarily. Good heavens, yes, it was quite simple, Holmes said, laughing at my astonishment. The proof lies in the fact that, by a chain of very elementary reasoning, I was able to lay my hands on the criminal within 3 days of the crime. That is true, I admitted. I have already explained to you that if a problem lies outside the ordinary path, it does not make it harder to solve. On the contrary, it makes it much easier. In such cases, we must proceed by the rules of contradiction. It seems so plain and clear, yet no one chooses to understand. This is because people are accustomed to making hasty conclusions, and do not grasp the methods of others. For every 50 people who can build a synthetic conclusion, you'll find only one who reaches his goal through analysis. To be frank, I don't quite follow you, I said. I thought as much. Let me try to explain my thought more clearly. Imagine someone to whom you describe a long chain of facts. He will almost certainly tell you what the final result was. But if you present him only with the result, there are very few people who can reconstruct the facts that preceded it in their strict sequence. This latter method is what I call retrospective reasoning, or, to put another way, analytical reasoning. Now I understand, I said. Take our last case, for example. You knew only the result, and from that, you had to guess all the preceding facts. Now, try to grasp my method of investigation. Let's go back to the very beginning. You remember that as I walked toward the fateful house, I had no preconceived ideas. My first care was to examine the road, where, as I told you then, I clearly saw the tracks of a cab. I also explained that this cab could only have passed there that night. How did I know it was a hired hansom? Because private carriages have a much wider axle. A common hired cab leaves a track significantly narrower than that of an elegant private brougham. Well, there's the first fact gleaned from observation. Next, I walked carefully up the path, the clay soil which had faithfully preserved a multitude of footprints. You saw only a muddled mess of mud where my experience. I found a wealth of information. For a detective, the ability to read tracks left on the ground is of paramount importance. Yet this branch of police knowledge is shamefully neglected. I have always given it primary importance, and long practice has enriched my knowledge of all kinds of prints. Thanks to this, I easily distinguished the heavy tread of policemen, but right beside them, I noticed other tracks, the marks of 2 men who had entered the garden earlier. I knew this because in certain spots, their prints were entirely obliterated by the boots of the officers. Thus, I had 2 links in this mysterious chain. I knew that two strangers had visited the house that night, that one was tall, as proven by the length of his stride, and that the other was fashionably dressed, as I could tell by the narrow, elegant shape of his boots. Upon entering the house, I found confirmation of my theory. A fashionably dressed man, wearing exquisite boots, lay stretched upon the floor. Therefore the other, the tall man, had committed the murder, if indeed it was a murder. And truly, no wound was found on the body. Yet the expression of horror frozen on the dead man's face clearly showed that before he died, he knew exactly what end awaited him. People who die of a ruptured heart or some other sudden natural cause never bear such an expression. It occurred to me to smell the dead man's lips, and the sour, pungent odor immediately convinced me that he had been forced to swallow a terrible poison. The look of terror and hatred on his face confirmed my suspicion that he had taken the poison against his will. These were the conclusions I reached through the process of exclusion. For no other hypothesis could explain the given facts. Do not think such a theory is far-fetched. The idea of forcing someone to swallow poison does not often occur to the average mind, but it is not new in the history of crime. Those who study toxicology will well remember the Dalsky case in Odessa and the similar instance of lechery in Montpellier. For me, the most vital point was to discover the motive. It was glaringly obvious that robbery was not the object, for nothing had been taken. Was it a woman, or was he the victim of a political feud? I weighed these options, leaning away from the latter. Political assassins, once their deed is done, think only of flight. Here, the killer had acted with deliberate, rare sang-froid. He had lingered in the room, leaving traces of himself everywhere. Such action suggests a revenge for some deep personal wrong, not a political mandate. The inscription on the wall only confirmed my opinion. It was a mere blind to lead the police astray, a theory solidified by the discovery of the ring. Is it not clear that the ring was held before the victim's eyes to remind him of a woman they both knew? That is why I asked Gregson if he had telegraphed Cleveland regarding any particulars of Drebber's private life. If you recall my question, you will also remember that Gregson's answer was a flat negative. I then began a minute examination of the room. This confirmed my beliefs about the stranger's height. The length of his stride proved it once more. I also gathered other data. The Trichinopoly cigar and the extraordinary length of the killer's fingernails. Furthermore, given the total absence of any signs of a struggle, I concluded that the blood on the floor was a result of a violent nosebleed brought on by the killer's agitation. That it was his blood was evident, for the drops followed his tracks specifically. It followed that the man must be of a sanguine temperament, and I ventured to guess that he was a man with a florid face. Upon leaving the house, I set about correcting Gregson's oversights. I telegraphed the head of the Cleveland police, asking for details regarding Enoch Drebber's marriage. The reply was most illuminating. Drebber had sought police protection from an old rival named Jefferson Hope, who was currently in Europe. I now held all the threads of the web in my hands. It only remained to catch the weaver. One thing was certain. The man who entered the house with Drebber that night could only have been the driver of the cab. The marks left by the horse in the street showed it had been left unattended, wandering slightly. No sane man would commit a crime in front of a witness, like a hired driver. Therefore, the driver who brought Drebber entered with him. Furthermore, for a man hunting an enemy in a metropolis like London, the trade of a cabman is a perfect disguise. I resolved to find Jefferson Hope among the ranks of the drivers. I reasoned he would not abandon his post after the murder. To do so would draw immediate attention to a sudden change in lifestyle. To maintain his secret, he would have to continue his trade, at least for a time. Nor did I fear he would change his name. There was no need, as no one here knew him. This was when I struck upon the idea of employing the street Arabs to form a police force. I ordered them to visit every cab yard in turn to find Jefferson Hope. You remember how brilliantly they succeeded. As for Stan Jerson, I confess I did not foresee his death, which was impossible to prevent. But through his murder, I obtained the pills whose existence I had only suspected. You see now how these facts form a single, unbroken, and strictly logical chain. Magnificent! I cried in delight. You must not hide a talent that deserves worldwide fame. I tell you plainly, if you will not do it, I shall publish a full account of this case myself. As you please. But first, read this article. Sherlock Holmes said, handing me a newspaper. It was the latest issue of the Echo. The entire column was devoted to the Drebber and Stangerson murders. It ran as follows. The sudden death of the criminal has deprived the public of a sensational trial. It is possible that the finer details of this curious case will remain forever unknown. We have learned from reliable sources that the crime was one of revenge, rooted 20 years ago in a romantic cause involving both love and Mormonism. Both victims and the killer, Jefferson Hope, hail from Salt Lake City. This case has demonstrated the brilliant capabilities of our police force. Let it serve as a lesson to foreigners to settle their scores at home rather than choosing our capital as their stage. It is common knowledge that the chief credit belongs to two Scotland Yard officers, Mr. Gregson and Mr. Lestrade. Jefferson Hope was arrested in the rooms of a certain Sherlock Holmes, an amateur detective who has at times shown some insight. We do not doubt that with such masters to learn from, he may in time equal them in talent. We trust both officers will receive the well-earned rewards for their brilliant labors. There, Holmes said with a wry smile. What did I tell you? That is a result of our study in Scarlet, to get a testimonial for Gregson and Lestrade. Never mind, I said. I have it all in my journal, and the public shall know the truth. In the meantime, you must be content with the consciousness of success. As the Roman miser said, Populus me sibilant, at mihi plaudo ipsi domi. Simul aci nummos contemplor in arca. Asterisk,